if I want to eat it or if I want to eat it.
I mean, and again, like Robbie was the one that put the put the focus on Elbrick for the loving of fish.
Sinbad, I have one question for you.
Oh God, what is it?
Did you draw smut of the fish for this instance?
No. Although I'm probably gonna have to now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Or one of our lovely fans that might come along might do it for us. Who knows?
Or we could just kill the fish before it becomes a problem.
Mm,
No,
But that's how we know we're doing really good when people make smut of our characters.
right.
precisely. I'm just saying the cat and the fish would clearly make a great pair.
So, a brief recap of what happened in the previous session. You all made it to Delvi Ixnum. You were given on a tour of the archive by Misted and the Queen, Sinfori. You were taken to Misted's room where everyone made themselves comfortable, much to her dissatisfaction. Uh,
Chagrin.
Chagrin, thank you. That was probably the word I was looking for. You were all escorted abruptly out of the room, where Sinfori led the remaining members of the party into the actual archive itself, where Elbrig was directed to the third row on the second floor on the right to be where what he was seeking would be found, and proceeded to then collect a bunch of books, sit with Samson, and begin to read through the books. As Tyrrell, Nomad, Dawn, and Pinegrove were led up to the Archkeeper's quarters by Sinfori herself, where after a bit of talk and discussion, Pinegrove and Dawn were asked to step outside for the remainder of the conversation. An exchange of information was given between Tyrrell and Nomad regarding the contents of Cadmus's letters that each one of them carried. And Tyrrell was given a magical access to the what is called the Hero's Tomb, which this was granted access by the sudden appearance of the King of Vanaru, appearing and making it well known that she was not too thrilled about the events of the day, as she apparently had to listen to the Keeper of Vanaru ramble on about the state of affairs of the world in Vanaru for the previous 6.5 hours straight, and then suggested some struggle snuggle time, and
Kicked you out.
the remaining two were then asked to leave. The party of four was escorted out by the blue armored members of what appeared to be some kind of military unit that were later explained to be called the Night Fang, which are the royal guard of Vanaru. They care not for typical civilian duties. Their entire elite force is meant to protect only the king, queen, and keeper. That is their 100% full occupation. Everyone made their way downstairs. Yes?
No, I accidentally pressed the button. Keep going.
Oh, you're fine. Everyone made their way downstairs, where Tyrrell and Misted had a conversation in the archive, collected the group, and Misted guided them to the Hunter's Hall, which is the location of the Guild of Planar Hunters. Where within, Dawn proceeded to pull a disappearing act in front of Rasiri and everyone. And Rasiri was introduced to be the guild master here in Delvi Ixnum of the Planar Hunters. Evidence and events were described to Rasiri. Tales were told. And Rasiri displayed the ability to perceive the memories of an individual that he had physical contact with, and discerned certain truths and certain opinions of his own were formed, of the events that had transpired, but agreed his silence on certain matters. He sent who would become known as the lore master, or the lore keeper of the guild, uh, Ilicus, to go retrieve Gage Dimnova, as well as inquire to another member of the guild to acquire some evidence, if possible. Gage was returned several minutes later and presented with the evidence, holding him personally accountable for the events that were plaguing Ashstone for the last several months. He professed his innocence until Fayari, another member of the guild and a member of Gage's own small group, returned with documents and evidence matching those found in the bag that you all acquired from the lake, and thus pretty well confirming any and all incriminating suspicions towards Gage's involvement and responsibility to this. Gage also then let slip that he was aware of what was actually happening. In an attempt to then apprehend him, he took flight by means of looking out the embedded window in the room and casting Thunderstep, and then attempting to run and flee. He was seen fleeing after a failed attempt at apprehending him by Pine Grove, where Ilicus was then informed by Rasiri to go retrieve him, and performed a feat of unusual natural ability, it seems, to transform halfway into a hybrid of some kind of lycanthropic creature, and proceeded to then hunt down Gage and retrieve him. And as everyone went about their ways to resolve the rest of their day, a sudden sound began to emit from the archive, where there were screams of shock, a bit of panic, and someone shouting out that the creature has a weapon, followed by the familiar female sound, or familiar female voice, shouting out the word Gwarb over and over. And we left off with everyone then proceeding to rush towards the archive.
And don't forget, Elbrick now knows what Glort means.
And Elbrick was able to understand that word and heard it clearly as the word friend.
Beep, bop, blop, blop. Means I love you. No.
It means fish are friends, not food.
I mean, that
And
fish right there, I'll make food out of you.
as we all come back into this, you are all rushing headlong into the archive. Rasiri has actually heard Tyril's thought communication regarding that something's going down in the archive, and Rasiri has joined with Tyril, rushing towards the archive, and has drawn a blade and has placed it against the skin of his arm in seeming preparation. And as everyone enters into the archive, we will begin.
I got it, Spider-Man.
And as you all burst through the doors with your selective companions, with Fayari confused but following after Elbrig, you all burst through the doors and look immediately to your left, and in the larger fountain on the left side of the room, you see the familiar form of Mila, splashing about in the fountain, wielding her three-pronged spear trident type weapon with the orb attached to the end of it, and holding it sturdily out towards a member of the Night Fang, who has drawn shield and sword and is not seeming to advance, but is seeming to hold ground, seemingly blocking the way towards the archive itself, as well as two other individuals that seem to be just here to peruse the books. And as you all kind of come in, the other thing you notice is that cradled in Mila's other hand is this black sphere, about this, a little bit smaller than a volleyball, possibly. But she's holding it tightly to herself and is stick at the ready.
They still shouting and stuff like that, or no?
She is still shouting that she is Gwarb, that she is friend.
What about the other people? Are they shouting anything?
Uh, Give me just 1 second, because I forgot to do this. Boop. The Night Fang that you see here is just repeatedly demanding that she drop the weapon, but does not seem to be getting through to Mila.
Um,
Well, upon seeing this, I would say the first thing Tira would do is kind of just start speaking loudly and tell them that it's fine. Tell the Night Fang that it's fine to not stand down, but that the creature is fine. It's just frightened.
And you see the Night Fang kind of look over and, uh-huh. Can you tell it to put its weapon down then?
Uh, I look at her and just kind of repeat Gorb and point to the weapon, like to put it down, because I don't speak it.
Mm. And as she's still like kind of in that panic,
Like, so, yeah, I'll pull out a sword and like motion to put it, down, and just,
and what the rest of you see is Rasiri has now joined in next to you and has drawn the blade across his arm and has like cut his own arm. And from the blood on the edge of the blade, you see sparks of lightning seem to appear.
Um,
And he's also
with
like
that,
at the ready.
I have a
yeah.
question.
Okay.
And the question is, does our fish friend appear to be injured in any way, or is she just scared?
Make a perception check.
Do, 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 do,
She is
do.
kind of thrashing about a little bit and like really has like defensive position ready.
while this is happening, I do
Tell me
turn
about
to
my fish.
Siri and say, "You know she's a friend, so get the cat to stand down."
I have
And
a 21.
21, she does appear to be not terribly wounded, but you do see brand new, fresh, like, bite marks and scratches, and pieces of her scales are missing, and a little bit of blood has begun to permeate the water.
Out of character, I want the world to know that in fact I did not eat the fish. This was not Misted's doing, and you cannot pin this on her. She didn't do it.
And Rasiri hears what Elbrick says and just kind of, all right, if you say so. And then proceeds to sheathe the sword and the lightning disperses.
And turn into the Night Fang. Siri's fine with it. You should be too. Siri's cool with it. Come on.
And the Night Fang is still, like, shield and sword ready.
Yes, the Night Fang doesn't take commands from Siri, essentially.
I didn't think so. I'm just saying, there's a person of prestige and power who's not afraid. He can be okay. He'll be okay.
Elbrig can also she can understand when Elbrig speaks too, right?
She seems to get the gist of what Elbrig is saying right now, but on the whole, he doesn't seem to be speaking another language.
Well, yeah, but I know that's not how the stone's supposed to work, or the scale.
What's the what?
What's stone?
Scale. I'm sorry. I don't know how the scale's supposed to work exactly. It's like Rosetta Stone. It just translates the language.
I mean, you don't know what the scale does either.
I know that Misted doesn't know that. I'm asking for Mariah's purposes.
She's not directly speaking to her.
I'm gonna harm you.
That's fair enough, but I didn't even think it was coming. Anyways, uh, Elbrig's gonna move forward with Samson and try to get her attention.
Okay.
Elbrig, I'm gonna communicate now then and make sure that everyone is aware that she seems hurt.
Yeah, I haven't hurt nobody.
Okay.
Just I go over to and using because since I know one word, I just go it's glorp, right, or glop, something like that.
Guorba.
Glorb, or just say glorb as I approach, and then like do the calm down motion where like you pat the air. Just saying glorb as I come closer and closer, and I'm trying to get basically in between her and the guard, but coming in at an angle.
Okay.
So I don't get too close to the guard, but I'm trying to get next to her, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. I mean, like, you guys can move where you want to move.
Misted's gonna
Not
be a
even.
As
little.
Rasiri would actually be moving over to there. And as you kind of approach, you see her turn, and like that look of recognition comes about her face, and clear as day. To Elbrig, she says his name. To everyone else, it comes out strange, but Elbrig is in that word, or is in that phrase.
Hey, she remembers me.
Proud.
And also, Nomad, as Daniel and I had this conversation before, approaches the Night Fang directly
Oh,
and
good God.
states that she is, just scared. She is non-hostile. She is just defending herself, and that she means no harm, and that he does not understand why she is here or how she came to be here, but that she does not intend to hurt anyone here. The Night Fang is very much like still on edge, but like seeing everyone kind of like approach her and the familiarity just kind of slowly lowers their guard.
I say lower the guard. Does she mimic? Like, since he's putting down, she maybe de-escalates.
There's a brief moment where you see her kind of just like untense, but she's still kind of confused, disoriented, and doesn't know where she is. And she openly begins talking to Elbrig. And she even asks the question, "Where am I?" And Elbrig is able to hear these words like they're in common.
Just gonna assume. Just gonna assume that the same thing happened last time, where she maybe already had the translation skill already up, because I don't actually know what's coming from the scale, and just tell her where she is. Which again, I'm terrible at names, so.
She's in the Archive of Delviixnum.
Archive Delviixnum. Pretty far from where we met you, actually. Very far from where I met
And you see her just kind of like completely relax. And now everyone is clearly able to see they don't necessarily look like actual claw marks, more like spines and tooth. Like that they have just like taken bites at her and like scratched along her surface of her scales.
you.
And then during all of this, you hear a voice from the back corner of the room as Sinfori appears. And what is all this then?
It's a friend. Just not sure how she got here, that's all.
Just to clarify, I'm gonna just point this out there. She is a friend. No questioning upturn.
No questioning upturn. And you see Sinfori just kind of look at Mila, look at the rest of you. Well, you certainly have made some odd friends, haven't you?
Yeah, look at the rest of these guys.
And you see her turn her attention to the Night Fang. Stand down. And Night Fang then sheathes sword and pocket shield and just kind of like steps back to
You
about
can
right
pocket their shield? That's interesting.
there. Yeah,
I
there's
want a
a.
shield that.
Honestly.
Well, you can't really sheath a shield, and you can't really just kind of like drop it.
Yeah, I can.
So you see the Night Fang just kind of like latch it onto like their hip or whatever. They pocket it. It is no longer in their hand, ready. But and Sinfori will also approach, with Nomad explaining, that this is a creature that you all encountered earlier, and that has helped you immensely. And her recognizing this creature is non-existent. She has no clue what this creature is. And she does recognize, however, that this creature is, in fact, injured. And seeing the whole group of you all, Mila seems to relax completely and then just kind of sinks into the water and falls unconscious.
Oh boy. Yeah, no, Misted must go get the fish. We must get the fish.
Okay.
Mila is not fish. Refer to Mila as Mila.
How dare you?
That's racist. Calling her fish.
First of all, I love this fish. Obviously.
Doesn't matter if you know the fish. Call the fish by the name.
Meanwhile, Tyrell's just kind of chilling in the background.
Out here speaking truth.
But everyone kind of sees Mila kind of just sink into the water and then just goes a little bit limp.
Now that things have calmed down, Misted is in fact going to run up and she's not. I know we said she was covered in injuries, but you said they didn't look particularly serious.
They look like they hurt, but doesn't seem to be anything life-threatening.
Misted's still going to cast a first level cure wounds.
Okay.
Okay. Hang on, I am first. Nope, I'm all the way up in second. Hang on. Hiya.
She doesn't seem to wake up. She seems to be
Also,
exhausted.
Well,
just
I'm
to
sure.
refresh my memory, who is this again?
That is the Queen.
Queen.
The Queen and Archkeeper of the Archive.
Yeah. So I'm gonna walk over while Mrs. is walking over to her and healing her and say, when it comes to Mila, that's the lovely creature in the fountain over there. If you probably have the power to do this, so I'm gonna say you probably keep her existence on on the not the low, I would say that, kind of secretive, because she's part of a people who most believe are extinct and that belief should probably stay that way.
And as you're saying this, the gears start turning, and then it clicks. You're saying she's Dalmathian.
Just nod my head.
Understood. She cannot remain here in the fountain, but I know some place where we can keep her safe.
Where do you want to take her?
And you see her just kind of look at her arms. Well, I, for one, am incapable of carrying her.
I would like to scoop the fish.
As you begin to scoop the fish, what is your current strength score?
I don't know. About 15.
Okay, with a bit of strain, you guys all see Misted is able to actually lift Mila out of the water and tightly still just clenched to her chest is that orb, is that sphere that she appeared with, and she still has a loose grip on her staff. And Sinfori then motions for y'all to follow her, and then turns to Rasirian. Perhaps you should return to your duties, Rasiri. He bows and makes his way back towards the Hall of Hunters, or the Hunters' Hall.
I still get to meet up with you later and talk, right?
He's already out the door.
Oh.
This man straight ditched us.
And I'm assuming that you would all be following Misted and the Queen as she leads you all to where she'd be taking her.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Tyrrell.
Yes.
I'm assuming you're close enough for speaking. You haven't lagged behind, yeah?
Yeah, I'm close enough for it.
Through very heavy breathing because Mila are heavy. Misted would like to know, do portals leave any kind of after effect that would let you know one had opened and then immediately closed?
Mm,
Like, would you be able to tell if that's how Mila got here?
anyone besides me? No, unless there's someone highly trained in the guild. But there isn't any way to tell once it's closed as long as it has been closed. Speaking of that, do I still sense it?
The portal that seemed to have taken her here is gone.
Okay, so then yeah, no one would be able to really tell unless they're highly trained enough to do so, or by some magical means, if there is any.
But you didn't answer my question.
And
You
that was...
you would be able to tell. Was there a portal?
Yeah, she got here from one.
Okay. I had assumed that, but I don't know.
And as you all follow after Sinfori and Misted carrying Mila, Sinfori leads you all outside, and through unusual understanding and knowledge of cover displayed by the Queen, she leads you all around to the back of the archive, where Misty is familiar with this location, as this is where another Underkeeper resides. And that this particular Underkeeper is Rezan, who is a centaur. And,
Oh, heck yeah, it's the centaur.
and her area of study and expertise is herbalism, botany, and all things that grow. And there is a rather large open greenhouse-like area that is out a good distance away from any prying eyes or residential areas or even any real buildings aside from the archive itself, as to interfere as very little as possible with the methods at which she grows things. Meaning nobody accidentally steps on anything, the shade of buildings doesn't alter how these things grow, and also allows enough sunlight and rain to reach them so that they grow as they should. And Sinfori points out Rizan and motions her over and asks about any particular section of area that would be befitting of a pool of water. And Rizan kind of trots her way over to a rather large expanse of ground there that doesn't seem to have anything planted in it anymore. And just, well, this is about what I can offer. I've nothing else really to plant here for the remainder of this particular season. At least not for the next few months. Why? And she Sephora motions to Mila, and the centaur just, less I know the better. It is yours to have, Archkeeper. And then trots off. to return tending to the flowers and herbs and whatnot that she is growing. And you see Sinfora kind of look around and then place her hand on the ground. And a few moments pass, and then the ground just seems to open up. And about 10 foot deep and then about 20 foot wide and long, just this huge area just opens up. And she just kind of nods to herself. I don't have the means to fill this, but I believe we have one here that can. And you see her eyes flash that green color again as she kind of looks over towards the rest of Delviexnum. And then after about another 5 or 6 minutes of waiting, you see Mila kind of stir. And who is closest to her aside from Misted?
Albert.
And as she stirs, she comes to consciousness, it seems, for a short while, and then gently releases the sphere and holds it towards Elbrick.
Reach up from top Samson and take it, kind of warily.
And it's a little bit smaller than a volleyball, so it's oddly not that heavy, but it feels dense.
Mm.
But as soon as she does, the arm goes limp and she falls out. Just back out again. And a few more minutes pass by before sauntering up comes a familiar but not that familiar face of a woman with long shock white hair and piercing green eyes. As Trenla begins approaching the group.
Trenla is...
Trenla is the one that informed you of what Samson is, and then proceeded to transform into him, or a copy of him.
Right.
And she steps up and notices everyone, notices Mila, notices the queen. You know I'm gonna have questions, right?
Cranky shake of the head.
And then Trenla just looks at Misted. I'm gonna have questions. And then
Not right
proceeds
now.
to walk up to the queen, where they have a small little chat. And then Sinfori motions to the now large, gaping, open space that is now in the dirt and ground. And Trenla just kind of nods her head, turns to you. Anyone have any water?
Yeah, I have a water skin.
And she holds her head. May I see it for a moment?
Sure. I chuck it over to her.
She opens it up, and you see her take a singular drop onto her finger, and she closes and tosses it back to you.
You okay?
She walks over, and you see her hold her hand over top of the open area, and that one drop fall. Bloop. And not even a few moments later, just a gush of water seems to just overtake the entire area and fills into the hole. So there's now what would be a makeshift pond.
Misty's gonna look at it a little questionably, just a little bit. That water's safe, right?
Trenla just looks up and it's water.
That's not what I asked you.
And Trenla just gets really confused, look at her face, and it's water.
It's not gonna
Misted,
magically turn back.
put the woman in the water. She's been out of water for like a good 5 minutes. Put her in it.
Mister's gonna huff, then very gently put Mila in the water.
As Mila
She has
yeets
gills.
Mila
She
into the
can't
water.
be out of.
First of all, we've shown that she can be out of the water temporarily.
As
Exactly, temporary.
As Vincent approaches the water, just yeets Mila into it.
I did not. I gently put her in the water. Eat my butt.
At the time and place.
But
That's true. It's true.
Mila is in the water and seems to be rehydrated. And then Sinfori goes up and places a hand and checks on her. She will be fine. She is very, very tired. Perhaps it is best to leave her till tomorrow. And you see her
Hey,
lean over and whisper something to Nomad and then wander off.
I don't know that we should leave her here alone, because if she wakes up disoriented, that could cause some problems.
You see Nomad kind of acknowledge what the queen had said to him, and then offers to stay with her for the night to ensure that she is kept safe. And then proceeds to sit on the ground next to the makeshift pond and opens a book and begins reading.
That's honestly probably fair.
while he's doing that, unless, as I look at the keeper, you have more need of us? Question mark.
Who are you addressing that to?
The keeper.
Oh, to Sinfori.
Mm-hmm.
And she just kind of shakes her head. I have business to attend to.
Okay. I turn to Misted. You have, I mean, it should be in your repertoire because of who you work for and what you do, but identify as I hold up the orb.
I do. That's not an invasion of privacy. We just want to make sure it's safe, right?
Yes. What? What? Invasion of privacy.
What? Listen. Anyway, yes, Misted in fact does have identify.
You and the fur block worry me.
Well, then I have issues. We've been over this. Okay. So Misted is going to put the handity hand on the orbity orb.
Okay.
Where the fur current.
So you're gonna cast Identify?
Yes, please.
You've identified a lot of things in your time here at the archive and as a seeker, just to get a sense of any kind of value or importance. So this whole trick is nothing new to you.
Uh-huh.
But as you place your hand on this sphere, you can sense that it is innately magical, but something seems to be blocking you from understanding what it is.
Does it look in any way similar to the stone that is, well, the orb that is wedged in the trident?
Not at all.
Okay. I'm not quite sure what this is. It is definitely magic, but I definitely don't know what kind.
You can't even tell what type of magic it exudes. Wow.
I have no idea.
And what you all see is as she has her enormous fuzzy paw on this sphere, and she attempts to cast the spell of Identify. You see those same arcane sigils and glyphs seem to flow around and begin to try and pry into the sphere and seemingly try to get anything out of it, and they just seem to, as soon as they touch it, just shatter.
Hmm. Oh well. She'll tell us what it is when she wakes up. It's something important. At least she literally had like a death grip on
We probably should leave it where she can easily find it. Hey,
it.
Nomad.
I'm gonna hold on to it, and I'll stay here with what's his Nomad. She did kind of give it to me, and I feel responsible now.
All right.
Okay.
While I do stay here, is Keeper still here? Yeah.
Sinfori has already left.
Already left. Okay. So just turning to Misty then. While I stay here, can you do me a favor and that whole section where I had a bunch of books just laid out? Am I allowed to like bring those here, or do they have to stay exactly in the archive? This is part of this greenhouse thing count as part of the archive?
Sure we can work something out.
If not, I would love to talk to the centaur person who was my first centaur person.
Razan, if you kind of like look over, she seems to be tending to what looks to be a sapling of a tree.
Okay.
Okay. Loud
I'll be right
voice. Oh, okay. You're gonna go make introductions? I was just gonna talk loudly. Okay,
well,
you do that. Make introductions.
That's what I was about to do, friend.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mr. furry little rear is gonna meander over to go talk to Centaur friend. I'm gonna clear my throat because I assume that Razan is very focused.
Rajan is focused, but still, I mean, she's tending to a garden.
I mean,
Only
yeah.
requires so much focus.
Anyway,
And she just kind of, you see
hang
the
on.
hooves.
I'm sorry, hang on. There's food in my mouth. I'm fat, okay? I didn't get to be 7 foot tall by not eating. Anyway, my friend over there would like to introduce himself, or friends, I should say.
And you
Would
see
it be all right?
Razan just kind of look over and then look at you again.
Would it be all right if they stayed with our friend in the pond?
You see her kind of and just fully turn. How many are staying?
Just 2 and the one in the water.
And you see her kind of like glance over towards Elbrig and Samson.
She meant 3. Samson counts as his own individual.
Listen.
And you see her just. That one doesn't dig, does it?
I'm not entirely sure, but I'm gonna say he's more likely not to because of his origins. So I'll keep him from digging if he tries, but he probably won't. He's actually rather deeply intelligent that I didn't know about until just now.
You see her just. Very well. Just.
This whole time.
Please don't harm the plants.
This whole time, Elbrig thought he was just the goodest boy.
He is the goodest boy.
He's as good as boy because he's been hiding his intelligence. He knows what I'm saying. I thought I was a good trainer. It's just he's smart.
He's smart as fuck, boy.
Tyrell will look at Samson and tell him and Sylvan not to dig anywhere.
You see Samson look and just kind of.
Happy sad boy.
It still annoys me that you can talk to me about a language I can't understand.
Time to learn a new language.
Yeah, apparently so.
Oh,
Speaking of Misted, are there any books on Sylvan and learning Sylvan in the archive?
I'm certain we could find one.
That is a priority for me now.
Alrighty then.
I mean, Samson does understand Common and he does understand Sylvan. He just can't speak.
I don't know, but I want to make sure that he's not bad mouthing me to my dog this entire time.
He must protect the goodest boy. So you said you wanted me to retrieve the books you were looking at in the library?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm gonna look over to Nomad and ask if there's anything that he might need.
He is fully focused on the book.
Laser focus, ignoring Misted. Got you. Tyrell, I don't know how many books he was looking at. I feel like I may need another pair of hands.
Only if you can help me out.
It's about to
Okay.
get
Would
really
I
weird
turn
really
to
quickly.
Oh, you know what?
Just any quick strokes. It's okay.
I
My
need
hands
3
are
books.
massive, man. You need what? I'm sorry.
Nah, nothing. Pretty much, Tyrell's just gonna turn to you and ask, where would be the closest spot to buy alcohol?
Actually, is there anywhere inside I can't even English. Delviexnum to even buy alcohol?
Yes, there's a tavern. That was pointed out to all of you last
Listen,
session.
I don't have eyeballs. We've been over this. If it's right in front of me, I'll never see it. Anyway, yeah, there's definitely some place I could take you.
Yeah, okay. Then I shall help you retrieve books.
So, for the
Alright.
sake of brevity, you all return. The two of you return back into the archive. Go to the second floor, third column on the right, and find the stack of books that Albrig was going through, and retrieve them, bringing them back to Albrig. Which the stack of books involves the 14 Crowns, myths and legends about the Erainkur, which are the lords and ladies or minor deities, quote unquote, as well as a book regarding the dream and the belief system of the afterlife.
While they are retrieving books, I would call over to the lovely centaur person. It's like, excuse me. What was your name again? I'm terrible at names.
And you see her turn and trot over. Rezan.
Hi, Razan. It's nice to meet you. I'm Elbrig. This is Samson, and that's Mila. So I point to the pond.
And she goes, and the one that bears the mask of our god?
Nomad?
Nomad.
Just as a question, in the interest of, I guess, just general knowledge. You're my first person of your race, species, whatever you want to call it. Like, is it difficult to get around with the whole hoof thing? Also, do you use horseshoes?
And you see her kind of stop for a moment. Stairs tend to be a bit of a challenge for me. Everywhere else, I can get around just fine. Doorways, sometimes I need to duck. But other than that, typically no problem. And recently, yes, I have actually begun having Kistera forge me horseshoes, as you would call them, to make it easier to move about.
Because also you run this greenhouse. Is this like your area of expertise?
Indeed, it is.
Hmm. Um, is it just plants or animals too?
Just plants, trees, herbs.
Okay, interesting. Okay, this may be seem like a weird question here, and it is not in my intention to. Whatever. Question here is: do you know of any plants that kind of bring you to a semi like dead state, but don't actually kill you,
You
that you
see,
can be revived from?
you see her
Yeah.
just kind of inquisitively. There are a few, but I must ask why.
So I have this whole life mission about confirming the fact that the dream is real and everything. And I was thinking that maybe if I imbibe in a plant that almost kills you but doesn't actually kill you, I could gain some insight. Because I know plants and medicine can do wondrous things. So I was thinking, like, if I'm semi, technically almost dead, I can maybe catch a glimpse or something like that, or even just insight. Like, I have no actual want. Just be clear, no actual want to be dead at all. I like being alive. The goal is to be alive and confirm that there is an afterlife, not actually go to said afterlife.
You see her chuckle, and then, while it is an admirable method of researching to certainty, I don't know of any plants that will grant you the time frame you are asking for. At least not without actually killing you.
Yeah, the actual part we don't want. Okay, that's fairly fine. Just wanting to talk to an expert about the idea that's kind of been swirling around in the back of my mind. Also, besides that, can you cast magic of any type?
I know some spells.
Also, just as a point, do you know what a Kuther snide is? I'm not saying if I'm saying that right.
You see her just tilt the head. A cougar side?
No, not Kuther. A Feyhound, Kuther snide, Kuther side. I got him.
And she see her chuckling. Kohen Sheed?
Ah, that's the word. Yes.
That seems to be more of Trinla's area of expertise.
I will have to talk to you later then. Just double checking. Back to the magic question. You said yes, right?
Indeed.
So I've noticed with my own forays into magic, uh, and looking into other people's magic, a lot of people go for fiery death things and that stuff. Real big flashy stuff. But seeing as I come from the sprawl, one of the main methods of getting around is ship fire magic. Not really the best thing. Most of the time, just I honestly, in general, I'm not a huge fan of fire magic. Period. So I've been trying to start researching other areas of magic in general. Mila actually thinks she'll probably be able to teach me something when it comes to water magic. Uh, you see where I'm going with this, right?
You wish to learn magic of natural world and plants.
If at all possible, just things that are helpful outside of just straight up destruction.
You see her kind of like pass her gaze over towards Nomad, ensuring that he's not paying attention. And then kind of just gets a bit closer to you. There is a place called Timberfall. It is farther to the north, deep in the woods of Thronis. It is a very common place to come across. It is a well-traveled road. There is an individual that resides there. Well, near there. He is very well versed in nature's gifts and magics. That would be the place to seek out a teacher of that particular nature.
Timberfall, very. Does this person have a name?
You will know him as the Archdruid.
Alright, that works. I mean, there can't be that many archers around, can there? Especially not in Timberfall.
Not very many, no.
Cool. But besides going to an archdruid, which because there's arch in the name, is probably a very powerful individual with probably decades to maybe even centuries of experience underneath their belt. Any like minor tips and tricks or something you might have?
Start small and let it grow from there.
It's exactly the idea. Like, so maybe a cantrip, something.
Is there a cantrip you had in mind?
He pulls out some of the papers in his backpack and shuffles through them. I had it here somewhere. No, that's called Druid Growth. What is it?
Thorn
Like,
whip?
nope, that wasn't the one either. It kind of lets druids make things blossom, tell the weather. I don't have the exact
Druidcraft.
name. There we go. So it actually, and he looks at the note. It's actually called Druid Growth. Did I put that here somewhere? It was so simple. I get maybe. Yeah. There we go. Well, that's what I'm talking about. You apparently know what I'm talking about. I just have notes on. I didn't have an actual name.
Easier to kind of stop for a minute. Well, the teacher of that kind of spell would be in the name, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's a fair point that I kind of completely glossed over.
And she
He just looked kind of dumb faced, like, damn it, I really just glossed over that.
she takes this as kind of funny a little bit. But she does offer to show you a particular spell that Trenla actually managed to teach her.
Okay, so I'm just making sure. Trenla? Frenla? What is exactly the name again?
Trenla.
Trenla, okay.
And she offers to show you this particular spell.
She's offering, definitely. Like, Elbrick doesn't get super excited, but his excitement is that small upturn of his lips. Just like the very small smile.
And you see her kind of like turn towards. It looks to be like this this wooden structure that seems to house like old like old soil and like mixtures of like weeds that have been plucked and whatnot. And there's a large wooden post that is set up there. And you see her kind of strike the ground with her hoof and pull, and a vine seems to just shoot out towards that post and just slaps all around it. Just snaps right onto it, and these thorns appear to then push into it.
Whoa. Wow, what was that?
And she explains that this was the spell Thorn Whip.
Does like so it exploded out, flailed about, and then attacked the post?
You start small. You give it a location to grow to, and then accelerate its growth violently.
Okay. Okay, that could be very useful.
But it is indeed the cantrip called Thorn Whip.
All right, cool. Very, very interesting. Very useful. Cool. Does it just latch onto things too, or is it more so about digging the thorns in?
Well, it can strike, and then whatever it grabs hold of, it can pull.
Yeah, super useful. Okay, good to know. It's like taking a quill out and writing things down in the notes that already have the Druidcraft stuff in there. Okay. All right, cool, interesting. Thank you for the information and the display. That is wonderful, and for also answering my questions that might seem a bit rude in other situations.
This is a place to learn and to ask questions.
Seeing as you say that, just because this happened to me recently, you wouldn't happen to be Fey in any way, would you?
No.
Okay. I look at her and then I look down at the dog. He turned out to be Fey. I thought it was just normal. It's kind of messing with my brain, so just sorry.
Well, the Fey creatures are typically quite nice.
Good to know. Good to know. I'm gonna have to probably investigate the Fey more. Actually, since you said they're quite nice, do you know any, just like what general knowledge you have about the Fey?
Well,
I've got pretty much almost nothing here.
the Dream Wilds would be where most of them hail from.
And the Dream Wilds is different from the Dream, right?
Incorrect. It is closest between our realm and the Dream to the source. It is where the excess dreams come together and the strange creations, and they form life of their own sometimes.
Really? He's like furiously scribbling things down. Because apparently the Feywild is connected to dreams. So, okay, good to know. Good to know. Definitely looking
She
into this whole
nods,
thing.
and that is about the extent of my knowledge on it, though, as I would love to learn anything about the various plants, vegetation, and life that grows there.
If I ever come across any, you'll be the first one I tell.
Wonderful. I can't wait to see what you find.
Me neither, honestly.
You see, you're just gonna nod. Well, I must get back to my work now.
Right. Sorry for interrupting. I don't know why I'm apologizing.
She just chuckles again and trots off.
Well, I'm almost like, why is everybody so much bigger than me?
And again, for the sake of brevity, the pair return with your books. And Tyrrell was inquiring about alcohol, and Misted then leads him off to the tavern, which is
Indeed.
run by an orc. No
Ah.
half about it. A full-on orc.
Oh yes, the best kind of tavern.
Indeed. And he's sitting there just like polishing on the bar and just like cleaning everything. And this is where you can purchase a drink from, and also the rooms here are free.
Oh, okay. This is
And
that.
the orc proceeds to inform you that room and board is free. The only thing you pay for is food and drink.
I would just approach the bar then and kind of ask them, what all do you have in the way of your harder drinks?
Whatever it is you want. We have a master brewer that resides here.
Do you guys have the, what was it called, Dragonfire?
I think I can get you some of that. You see him just turn and disappears behind the actual expansive wall of the bar. And then a few moments later, comes back with a brown and orange glass bottle that is very familiar to Tyrrell.
Ah, yes.
And
Just look
puts
at
it
him
on
and
the
just say,
counter.
I want to. How much for the entire bottle?
For that whole bottle, we could brew another one in probably a few weeks. Yeah, I said it'll fetch you about, well, let's say the fair price of about 7 silver.
At that rate, I just give him a gold piece.
And he just kind of looks at it and, all right, and grabs 3 silver and goes to hand it to you.
I just tell him he can keep the change. I'll give it to him, and hopefully it can speed up the process just in case I come back for another.
He laughs heartily. You can't rush perfection, my friend.
To that, I agree. But just in case, you never
And
know. I ask him
anything
what
else?
he's got, if there's anything interesting.
If he has
Something maybe
anything,
stuck over here.
something he may have what?
If he has anything.
You're kind of cutting out with your audio. Oh no, now he's dead again.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit.
Yay, better, nay, good.
Yes, better.
I ask if he has anything special to the area or anything just interesting in the way of his locals.
Amethyst ale, but you were asking for the hard stuff.
What was that?
He explains amethyst ale, but that you were asking for the hard stuff.
I was just asking for interesting in general, but I ask him what's interesting about the amethyst ale.
Well, it's brewed right here, and the only place you could find it.
Oh. I ask him if he has a bottle ready then.
I have a few kegs.
I ask him if he's able to get me just a decently sized bottle of it rather than a keg.
You see him just kind of, alright. And then collects what looks to be an empty bottle and seems to just, like, with a rag, just kind of like thumbs out the inside of the mouthpiece, polishes it off real quick, and then you just hear the sound of filling, 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 filling. Then it stops. Comes back, you just see him push a cork into it. And right there's be 5 copper.
I pay him for it.
Alright?
All right, and then I start heading back toward tell him, thank you for the bottles, and that I'll probably return later, and that start heading towards the archive and put them in my pack.
Alright. So you are heading to the archive. Is there a particular destination?
Tyrrell's gonna try something. He's gonna walk up to the front desk and kind of step at that platform where it seems like they appear and give help.
Okay. And they appear.
He's just gonna kind of address them and ask for any books on the law.
Any books on the laws?
Lost.
On the lost.
Yes.
You see all of them just kind of like turn to each other, and they go back to what they were doing. Doesn't seem to ring any bells.
Try a different tactic, I guess. He asks, I'd ask for any books on the dream.
You see him look up. Information on the dream will be found second floor, third column on the right.
I simply just say thank you and start heading that way.
All right. And as you get to where it is that they described, it is the exact same location that you just helped Misty take books for Elbrig.
Are there still some left, or did we take all of them?
The pile that was on the ground is completely gone, but as you browse and peruse, roll an investigation check.
Alright. Give me a second. Investigator.
Investigator. It takes you probably about a good 10 minutes to find something of actual relevance to it, but you do find a few like smaller books and excerpts from some larger books that contain details and information about the dream and the cycle of death.
Okay. I'd spend more of my time focusing on the cycle of death part and what happens after.
All right. And this is also something that Albrecht would be learning as well, as Albrecht does in fact have the same books or
Oh, there's a
the
bunch
same
of
kind of
different.
information. And it explains that the dream itself is the afterlife. It is the final destination of the cycle of birth, life, and then death. It is where all souls return to the source, and the dream is the experiences of your life lived out again. For basically what would be eternity, you relive your greatest moments, your happiest memories. You relive, unfortunately, also you relive some of your bigger failures, things that you regret. But it is the perception of the afterlife is that you get to relive your life, and that experience of your life is shared with the dream, and is thusly shared with the source. And that's typically the understood path of the soul, is that upon the death of a creature, each of the crowns agreed to give the grace period of 14 days from the moment of death until 14 days pass. And at the end of the 14th day, the soul is then taken and reclaimed by the source to relive in its dream. But that during those 14 days, the soul is allowed to basically go through its own form of wandering and self-reflection.
Okay.
And it is also that during these 14 days where souls can also be lost, and souls can be taken or turned into something else if they so refuse to die. But that's typically, this is also a safer part of the time during the 14 days, is where the crowns become more present and visible, and their influence is allowed to be in greater force, as they also
Alright.
act to protect the souls and allow them to continue on to the source and to the dream.
Okay.
It also states that Nemunia, who is the 13th crown of creation, it is her aid alongside the power of Arknaus, the 14th crown, that sings and performs this song that guides the souls to where they're going, to guide them back to the source. And it is through Nemunia's power that those that are bonded by things such as marriage and pacts and whatnot, specifically, as well, the Venaru cultural tradition of the marital mark, that Nemunia is the one that creates the space where two souls can share in their dream. Or multiple souls can share in one dream, provided they all have the marital mark or they all struck an oath or a pact of some kind. that it is her domain to bring the lost souls together.
All right.
And as far as the understanding of the cycle of death, is that it is Arknaus's divine law that put into effect that all things must die, all things must end. There has to be a cycle, including even things in nature, such as trees, plants, whatnots, that all things must have time to die. And through that cycle, that's rebirth and coming to a new life is possible. So that Arknaus's contribution to the divine laws was his divine law that all things must end, or must be able to end.
All right. Well, once I'm done learning all that, is that all?
That's the rough gist.
Okay. Once I'm done learning that, I would head my way back down, put the books back, head my way back down, and stand in front of them again.
Okay, and they reappear.
Ask for books on the source.
You see them kind of look to each other. 5th column on the left, 2nd floor.
And then before I leave, I would also ask for a book on the void.
They look at each other, go back to their work.
I'd stop and think for a minute. And ask for a book on the. I don't know. How would you say this? Not the crown of death, but a lesser god of death.
They address you and direct you back to the book about Arknaus. Which would be 2nd floor, 3rd column on the right.
Arrive.
Oh god.
Pitch flare.
I go to the 2nd floor, 5th column, and on the left, and look for the book on the source.
Okay. It explains what the source is. That the source was the source of all creation. They have another word for it, but I don't intend to try and pronounce that for you all because it's not going to stick. So we go with the source. But that it is in fact considered to be a semi-living entity from which all of the things began, including the origin of the Eincore themselves. That before anything existed, the source was here. And it exists in all realms, all worlds, and at the same time. That its whole purpose is that it's generated the Eincore to build the world of its dream. To basically build the realms, build the multiverse, build the world. And then to fill it with color, creations, sound, and life. And that's from there, it then presented them with the ability to create souls and put them through the cycle of life and death. That this is a physical entity that can actually be found if one looks for it. Or so it is stated. But that anyone who seemed to be on the path to actually finding it or claim that they had has never returned.
But how far along are we?
We haven't even gotten to the next night yet.
Oh.
Or to that night yet.
To learn. So little time.
But on the sake of that...
have we dealt with the fountain situation?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But on that note, Tyrell, is there anything else?
Well, besides going to bother the queen, not really.
Alright. And as you put the book away and you go to where you saw Sinforia open the double doors at the end of the second floor. You put your hand there and nothing happens. You try and push, but it doesn't give at all.
Hmm.
In fact, to you, it seems to just be a stained glass window.
Ah, yes. The equivalent of a do not disturb.
Yeah. Anything else?
Nope, that's all for me.
All right. So I'm going to assume that everyone else is kind of turning in for the night, or going about their business of the evening.
Yep.
Misted.
Misted's gonna go check on a neighbory friend of Richino because I want to know. What are we doing today?
You mean Verilish?
Yes.
As you kind of like pass back by, you see as seems to be like nose deep in her studies as you kind of like open the door to her room until you hear the snoring.
Aww. You taking a little nappercito.
In fact, she is at such an angle that it looks like one of her horns is actually dug into the table.
I'm not gonna bother her. She looks comfy. I'm gonna scoot back out of the room very quietly and close the door.
Okay.
Yeah. Other than that, Mystic goes back to her room.
Okay. So, the night takes everyone, as I am supposing that Tyrell then goes to the end for a free room. And, well, to the tavern
Correct.
for a free room. And as the night is passing, uh, all of you seem to be shaken awake by something. You all seem to be just dispersed throughout Delviexnum, and you feel the actual ground and structures begin to just simply like vibrate and like just shimmer and shake. Shimmer. Fucking shiver and shake.
Shiver, shake, and shimmy, baby.
And shimmy. Yeah, there you go. Shimmy. There you go. That was the word I was supposed to be using. Shimmy. Shimmy and shake. But for those of you outside, being Elbrig and Nomad, the shaking wakes you slightly, Elbrig, and you kind of look up and you see and any of the rest of you that would like look out the windows, aside from Misty, who is fully aware of what's happening, you would see from the very top of the central column of the archive, where the Archkeeper's quarters are, is a burning light that seems to be glowing and just radiating out from that space. And then after a few moments, the shaking stops, and the light seems to glow brighter and exit the Archkeeper's quarters.
See, here's the joke that we all know I want to make. I just can't. But you all can guess.
And to those of you who would be looking and actually able to see this, you see King Oris step onto the battlements at the top of the tower, and then jump off.
You okay? Did the king just commit suicide?
About halfway down, this light that seems to be emanating from her flares out, almost like a controlled explosion type deal, and it forms into what appears to be two burning wings of fire. And she then promptly swoops up and takes almost directly a shot straight up into the sky, where she flies off for about 5 minutes or so. And then when it seems that she is a safe enough distance away, erupts into a ball of flame that seems to just spread out in all directions. And it lights up the sky like another sun. And this lasts for about another 5-10 minutes until the fire dies down and you see her return, flying back down to the battlements of the Archkeeper's quarters, battlements there on the tower, land, and then seemingly return to bed. And then sleep would return to you.
Weird place.
And Samson just kind of and just goes back to sleep.
A mood, Samson, a mood.
But as the next morning takes you all, we're going to take a short 5-minute break to get everyone situated, and we'll be right back. 3, good to know. All right. So as we return, and the following morning has found you, Mila is awake as Elbrig wakes up and Samson begins to stir, and Nomad is seemingly off put, but is also still there. Tyrell, you wake up refreshed in the morning, although you begin to hear the whispers again. So, as such, I need you to roll a wisdom save. With disadvantage.
Alright, give me a sec.
I see him. He's a jumper and he can reach. Sorry, you just have a big head to it.
You said wisdom save?
Wisdom saving throw with disadvantage.
Gotcha.
Well,
Yep.
And
guess she
so
was
it's
not there this time.
That sudden rush of blast of cold, frigid air rocks Delviixnum yet again. Well, not yet again, but for the first time.
Mm.
And I need you to make another wisdom saving throw with disadvantage.
No.
Oh yeah, we're going places.
Oh, yes,
Oh, God,
you
it's a
are. Look at that. A 4 and a 3. You are transported back to this realm of dark, cold abyss. And again, oddly, you aren't greeted by Mordecai.
Hmm.
Instead, that while you are here, you feel a little bit more in control.
Alright.
And
I just kind of, since I'm here, I look down at my arm that has the damage done to it. Do I see anything on my arm?
uh, you do, but it does not seem to be moving. You see this strange horned creature with green skin, but it seems to be just draped off of your arm. It does not seem to be moving. Although the ashen black appearance that has been slowly appearing on your arm has now reached up to your shoulder. And as you look down towards where your feet should be, you see a crumpled body laying still on the ground, or what you would assume to be the ground.
What do I see?
What was that?
Who do I see? If I like look to investigate it and all that.
On closer inspection, you see that it is Mordecai.
Anything like that?
What's that?
Am I able to move closer to the body?
You can move.
Okay.
And as you get closer, it appears that she is breathing, but only slightly.
Does she look to be like thoroughly injured then, or does it seem more of a different issue?
You see the grayscale, the black and white, but it's hard to tell. It's so dark here.
All right, I tried to just, touch her shoulder gently and just kind of give her a little shake.
Which hand?
My left hand, my non-crispy one.
The non-crispy hand.
Mhm.
She doesn't seem to
Considering it's
respond.
something hanging to my other arm, I'm not exactly eager to try it.
Yeah, she doesn't seem to respond.
I just shake her a little bit more and try calling out her name, seeing if she responds.
You see slight movement, but nothing else.
Okay. For the final attempt, I give her a really hard shake and just Mordecai.
And as you kind of like grab onto her, you see the head turn. And as she just eyes open looks at you. And then you seem to just be pulled back out of the realm. And back to your physical body. Where
Stone on my right arm.
gripped in your right hand is the opened bag with the stone present.
All right. Well, since I'm back in control, I will simply seal that up and put it away again for now.
As you come back to your senses and go to move your hand to close the bag, you feel your hand brush against something. Your left hand brushes against something.
I go to inspect what it is.
Somehow, in some way or another, you see Mordecai laying there.
Tangible,
Tangible.
visible.
Very much so. And now you see that outside of the grayscale, of that dark vision only allowing kind of world and seemingly blind sight, that her hair is actually a deep bluish black, and that the wings that adorn her back also share the same bluish sheen.
Oh. Does she appear conscious?
She appears to be unconscious and asleep.
Yeah, I shake her again. Just try to wake her up.
The light, soft breathing of her in her sleep seems unaffected by your attempts to shake her awake.
Cheryl just kind of gives it a think over and just thinking of a way to wake her up. He comes up with an idea. Grabs one of the little short swords I have on the, hanging up, unsheaves it real quick, and just kind of lightly pokes her in the leg with it.
You see a bit of blood come free, and she stirs and seems to just slowly sit up.
He said he sheathed it, I believe.
Oh, I thought you said you unsheathed it.
I did say unsheath. I was using the blade for it.
Ah.
I wasn't trying to cause like immense damage. I'm literally just poking with the tip.
Just the tip.
Just the tip.
Just the tip.
Just the tip.
But yeah,
She seems to come awake now.
she seems to sit up.
She just A little bit of confusion in my voice, maybe slight towards I, kind of just contemplating, thinking I need to stop drinking. Um, and you just see me kind of wave my hands in her face and go up, Mordecai, hello.
At as soon as her eyes open, you see her take a moment to kind of look around. And then seemingly just in full panic, she jumps up and you see her just kind of like staggering, not used to using her legs, it seems, for a very long time,
Mm-hmm.
and
I
just
kind of just,
drives straight out the door.
I was gonna say I would, grab a hold of her and steady her, not trying to let her go anywhere yet.
Okay. She slams like against the door, and you see the wings just start going crazy. Like there's
Just
shit getting knocked off shelves.
yeah, I eventually, I'm just gonna try to restrain her. She's on the ground, just kind of climb on top of her and hold her down and just tell her, you need to calm down before they make me pay for the room.
Not concerned for her well-being. I don't want to pay for this room.
Oh no, there's concern. It's just I'm hoping sarcasm helps her. Just I'm trying to. I'm trying to like console her and get her to calm down. Just that's something that would be mumbled somewhere in there.
Would uh w- would Nomad, where he is currently at the greenhouse, have felt the blast of cold?
Uh, maybe a cool breeze,
Probably not enough to
not to
re-
alert.
Yes. Okay.
But she seems very, very shaken, very scared, very confused. But aside from that, seems to be kind of calming down.
Okay, I say she at least calming down some. That she's uh consolable.
Amicable may be the better word.
Okay. Zero just after getting her to calm down and still keeping her restrained just in case. Just kind of very softly, Mordecai.
And she
We may
responds.
have a we may have a small issue.
And she then looks at the stone that is still in your hand.
Mm.
How did you pull me out?
I didn't. You're the one who brought me out. As to how you came with me, I don't know.
You see her
Uh,
stand up and kind of brush herself off, and she actually is wearing, a rather lovely looking, dress and armament. It's actually very well made. It is black and red. But
uh, I at that I would just kind of tell her, as she seems to be relaxing a little bit, I just explained to her that the whispers had started once more. I could hear pretty much what happened. I could hear the whispers again, and obviously the control of the pull of the stone was able to take me. Upon entering, the only two things I saw were the tiny greenhorn entity sticking to my arm, and you crumpled in the floor. Other than that, everything else was quiet. It wasn't like usual where they're trying to get to me. They were more not there. I assume they're still in the stone, just not. Well, thinking about it, I guess maybe I can't assume they're in the stone. You were in a pretty rough state, and not exactly sure what happened, but uh, other than that, I woke you up. You kicked me out per usual, and now you're here.
you see her look at her. I didn't kick you out.
What do you mean you didn't kick me out?
This wasn't me.
So you're saying whatever kicked me out also kicked you out?
Or that you took me out.
But
Somehow.
how would I?
I don't know. And you see her again, like, start walking towards the door and goes to open it.
I would kind of stand up, put a hand on her shoulder, and tell her that might not be the soundest idea just yet, considering you have wings coming out of your back, and people will have questions.
You see her tuck them in tightly to her back and giving you not really a scathing glare, but just the kind of the look of, don't touch me, and then walks out the door and then down the stairs.
I get my things around and follow. Tie the rock back up in the bag and put it on my hip and continue on.
And she walks downstairs. There's several people there. They comment about, the sudden cold. And see her walk by, and they just kind of watch her go by and go back to their drinks. Go back to their food. And she walks out the front door. And you see her just spread the wings out and take off. Straight up.
Oh boy. You see me just coming out behind, and if I see her trying to do that, I just tell her, "Is that really a good idea?"
She's already taken off. She's gone.
Okay. So promptly starting my morning with a daily dose of what the fuck. Start making my way towards the library and talking. I don't know, walking up to the front desk and telling them, "Hey, I need to talk to the queen, like now."
You see them just kind of look at each other. The queen is in her quarters. And it goes back to their work.
I just take that as I can head up open this time.
All right. Before you do that, Nomad, Elbrig, Misted.
Yeah.
What are y'all doing?
Mila, I'm so glad you're awake.
So, to clarify, Elbrig, where did Elbrig stay?
He was sleeping by the pond, but
yes.
slept. As opposed
I can
to
sleep
Nomad.
anywhere.
Yeah.
I have a giant, fluffy pillow in the shape of a dog.
It's true.
This is true, yes.
But yes, Elbrig slept soundly the whole night, aside from that one incident.
The king decided to blow up the entire sky.
Basically.
No comment. Everything's fine. No comment.
Nothing's fine. All the comments.
But Misted, what are you doing as you were also in the archive?
I need you to rephrase that statement because my brain is brokey.
You are in your room at the archive. What
Thanks,
are you
pal.
doing?
Thanks, pal. The way you said that made me think that we had already skipped through me getting out of my room, and I was like, wait a minute now.
No, you're still in your bathtub.
First of all, Misted would always be in the bathtub, but this must be clean. Anyway, I'm going to get up. I'm going to put on my comfy robes, and I'm gonna go tap 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 next door.
So you're gonna go out of your room around the hall to Verilish?
Correct.
As you knock on the door, no answer.
Ripperchinto, she's not awake yet. However, Misted is in a happy, bubbly mood because today's the day.
Indeed.
Anyway,
It is the day for a lot of things.
Chipper Happy Misted is going to go find her buds at the pond.
Okay. And as you go to leave, you do see Verilish on the other side as she is collecting Kistera. Devlin.
Misted's going to go say hello.
And is met with just as much excitement as, "Hi! We gotta go." And you see her just lead those two off, and Devlin just sitting there rubbing his head and just,
This poor man.
oh,
It's too early for this shit.
to be youthful again.
Misted's going to chuckle and then continue about her merry way.
And they all proceed to go downstairs, where you all see Tyrell standing in the lobby asking to see the queen. And as the group of the troop of marauders, as they were, come down, then they hear Tyrell asking that he needs to see the queen. You see you see Kistera just, yeah, typically she summons you to go see her, but you're welcome to wait or not, whatever. As she seems to have a a bag of tools draped over her shoulder. And Devlin also seems to have like a bag of tools under his arm. And Verilish is just happily hopping and skipping along with like a bag of what looks to be full of like blank papers.
He's gonna build some shit today. He's gonna build some shit today.
And they all one by one proceed into the archive and begin to ascend up the stairs and up the levels of the archive.
What you doing?
Cyril listens to none of it and continues his warpath upstairs.
No. This is Misted asking Tyrell, what are you doing?
I believe you have your answer.
So you're not going to answer my question? You're just going to keep trucking?
Yep, not right now.
Seems
Unless
that
you
way.
can get me an audience with the Queen, I'm not exactly interested to talk about it.
Like going to bother her bothers me. What are you doing? Misted's going to chase after him.
Yeah. Nomad, Elbrig.
Mila, you're awake.
Yes,
What
she is.
happened? How'd you get here? Fill me in. What's going on?
It is.
Nomad would kind of look at Elbrig and then at Mila.
Yeah, and Mila just nods to Elbrig as the person that everyone else seems to be looking for rounds the corner and approaches the pond to collect Nomad. As Sinfori walks up to Nomad and asks him if it would be okay for them to perform their inspection and examination now.
Nomad would stand and say, "Ah, very well."
And she would
Wait, inspection?
bow and turn about and begin leading the way into the archive. Which that would leave Elbrig and Mila.
Does Elbrig specifically say inspection?
Yep.
Nomad would kind of turn to Elbrig and just say, "The reason I came to the archive was to learn more about what I am. The inspection is... The Queen has kindly gathered some of her underkeepers to examine me."
Ah, okay. I forgot about the whole you don't know who you are thing.
Yeah, Sinfori begins to round the corner and head back into the archive.
Mm-hmm. Nomad would follow.
All right.
As an afterthought, he would like stop right before leaving and turn to Elbrig and sort of say, look at him and just say, If you wish, you can come as well.
I'm gonna stay here with Mila. I mean, I kind of actually really do want to, but I'm gonna stay here with Mila.
Nomad would not. And then leave.
All right. So the quick of it is that then Nomad would follow Sinfori up to what would be the third floor, well, second floor of the archive, where she would be beset upon by the image of Tyrrell, Kistera, Devlin, Misted, all sitting there waiting for her. Alongside, who were already there to await her, would be the grand total bringing up to Devlin, Kistera, Devlin, Kistera, Esralig, who seems to be a male elf, Misted, Tyrrell, and Verilish. All seemingly waiting for her. Which she then places her hand upon the stained glass and just kind of is confused why there's so many, but none the matter. Opens the door and proceeds to lead the way up to her keeper, or the Archkeeper's quarters, where the king is currently just sitting on the bed, just seemingly just chilling. And that would be would have Nomad, Misted, and Tyrrell. Which that would be that part. Elbrig. It is just you and Mila remaining out, as you do not see Rajan, as she seems to not have woken up from her sleep. So is there anything in particular that you would like to ask of Mila?
Same thing I said before. Mila, I'm so glad you're awake. What's going on? What's happening? How'd you get here? And what is this? I'll present the orb.
All right. And Mila would kind of chuckle and hear all these questions fired at once and just kind of put a hand up. First things first.
Right, sorry to interrupt. Who did the object get passed off to?
Elbrig.
Awesome.
Yeah, Elbrig is the one with the orb. Or sphere, whatever. She would...
The Orb of Ponderation.
And she explains that after your previous interaction and your previous meeting when you had parted ways, that it piqued her curiosity as to the questions you were asking about the deep, about the depths of the divide. So she hopped into a current and accelerated her way out there to investigate on her own. And that what she found when she swam out that deep and out to the depths of the divide was a collection of creatures that seemed to be fleeing from the area, both large and small. But that she was drawn closer to this particular area that looked to be a building or a structure of some kind that was sunken beneath the waves. And surrounding this structure was a large collection of these just different creatures of the deep, different beasts from beneath the waves that seemed to be trying to get in. But none seemed to respond to her. And as she got closer, she felt drawn to this area and felt almost called to. So she went inside to investigate. And as she dove deeper inside of this structure, she found shattered beneath the stone that would have been the floor. It seemed like at one point uh, that she was searching around, and at the very bottom where the smashed floor was at, there looked to be a stone chest that was solidly placed and seemed untouched. But that this is what she felt she was being drawn towards, and that by using her magic, she was able to shatter it open. And inside was this sphere that seemed to be singing a song. That it's a song that seemed familiar to her, but that she'd never heard before. And that as she proceeded to then retrieve this orb, that again it felt like it had a song coming off of it that seemed familiar to her, but she'd never heard it before. And then she noticed that immediately after taking hold of this and like claiming this sphere in her hands, that the creatures that were trying to get in here became violent and began to thrash and attack the actual structure, taking chunks of it away. And at one point, one of the larger of these creatures, one of the deep serpents actually, took a bite out of the top of the structure and seemed to just rip it completely off. And in that, she probably tried to enforce her command over these sea creatures, but they seemed to not listen. And that normally, when she used her power to try and reach out to these creatures, they would obey. They seemed unaffected entirely, and they seemed to act completely unusual, very strange, and unusually aggressive and violent, and started to chase after her. So that she then fled, swimming as fast as she could, trying to reach a current to try and just get out of there. All the while they were taking, bites at her and lashing at her with tentacle and barbed appendage. And the whole time she was just trying to get away, and decided to use the last of her power to try and transport herself home, or to a safe location, which the way that their magic works is that it's an agreement between the caster and the magic they are using, but that sometimes the magic understands the intent differently than what was actually intended. And so, for whatever reason, instead of taking her home to her tribe, she was brought here.
Okay. We've had a hell of a time. Actually, looking around, you said our centaur lady is not awake and not around.
No, she seems to be asleep somewhere else.
I look at Mila and say, knowing that your entire adventure, you said you people run into Captain Tom S, right? Thomas?
We are aware of him, but we never really approach him.
It's like that's just like you just don't want to deal with him, or is there like an agreement or animosity?
We don't typically trust surface walkers.
Tom really seems like a surface walker. Got that feeling kind of. Well, I guess he's a service walker. I mean, he seems like to be the man of the sea more than anything, though. Anyways, he was the one, as I told you, he was one kind of wanted me to keep an eye out. As I look both ways to make sure no one's around, I want to go ahead and dig into my robes and pull out the coin he gave me. This will let me kind of talk to him, and maybe he can fill us in on as I hold up the orb. You cool with that?
You see her kind of cock her head in question, but very well, if you trust him.
Yeah, Gotta go ahead and.
Oh, by the way, all of you had your long rest.
Yeah. So I don't remember exactly, but it was call the Tom and toss the coin into a puddle, right? Or any type of water.
Yep. You call upon him by inciting the phrases or inciting the incantation, and then you flip the coin into water.
So yeah, gonna incite the incantation and then give the coin a flip into Mila's pond.
All right. So the incantation that you used was to state that you call upon the King of the Ocean to take you where you wish to go.
There. Call upon the King of the Ocean to take me where I need to go.
And as you flip the coin in, you see it kind of spin and then seems to touch the water and then just rotate rapidly. And then just seems to vanish. As from the water, a hand emerges, gripping the coin. And the hand, as the rest of this being emerges from the water, is attached to the familiar face of Captain Thomas. With the very wonderfully portrayed super wide grin.
Mm-hmm.
And
Wider than it probably should be.
broad straw hat. And you see him just kind of lean himself against the edge of the water, or against the edge of the pool there. Well, my little friend, good of you to call upon me. I've been meaning to take a vacation.
My God, he has the same voice that I imagine Colonel Mustard from Clue does.
Oh no.
Well, glad to help you out there, but I wanted you to meet someone. Mila, Captain Thomas, Mila.
Adele Nathian. It has been a very long time since I was graced with your presence. And you see her just kind of, not really uncomfortable, but kind of like shocked. And just, likewise. And he leans back a little bit further and you just hear the stretching. Just, oh. Well, my little friend, what can I help you with?
I just want you guys to know that with Patrick's like gesturing or with Patrick's explanation of the stretch and the noise, Patrick actually did stretch because I could see him lean through the doorway.
It is totally okay. As a fellow DM, I do it too.
It was just really funny because I'm just looking into the next room and I hear Patrick talk about him stretching and then make the noise and I see Patrick lean back in his chair, arms back. It was
Well,
pretty comical.
You have to. You have to do it.
yeah, a little bit mandatory. But I say, all right. So Captain Mila has an interesting tale to tell, and I fill him in on what Mila's told me, and then show him the orb.
And he kind of leans in. Well, that ain't good.
Like, ain't good. Like I shouldn't be holding it. Not good.
And we'll cut that right there.
Don't you do this to me, motherfucker.
Meanwhile, up in the Archive of Aestr,
Son of a bitch.
Sinfori has led you all into the Archkeeper's quarters, where you do see the king on the other side of the room, just kind of like sitting on the bed, seeming to be pulling her boots on. And there actually is not displayed here, but there's actually a table, a large table in the middle of the room. And the other underkeepers begin to kind of set their tools down next to it and send forward motions for Nomad towards the table.
Nomad will go ahead and walk up to the table and sort of just unceremoniously take off all of his like robes and clothes and stuff, revealing just metal.
Just the armor.
Mm-hmm. And he sort of like doesn't exactly like he doesn't fold them, but he makes them neat and puts them in a pile on the table and then sort of sits on it, which it creaks.
It groans a little bit, but it's a sturdy fucking table.
Mm-hmm.
Which Kistera just kind of nudges Devlin. Just, that's right, I built that. And yeah, you all now see Nomad, Sans, the hood, cloak, robes, and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Misted is momentarily spooked until she realizes that it is legit just armor.
Well.
Yeah. And then,
No, I mean like legit, like that's what's under the robe. Like there is no skin to be seen.
No.
That's why I was like, that Misted was spooked until she realized she wasn't going to see anything.
But yeah, and then Sunfori motions to Kistera and Devlin in particular, and the two of them just kind of like get some of their tools out, and they kind of like apprehensively approach Nomad, who just seems completely chill.
Yeah. Nomad would notice them being like, hesitant, and he would say, "Please do not worry. This is what I want."
It's just like, okay, but if it hurts, we're not going to be in the range of fire. Which this has now also garnered Aris's attention, and she's just kind of like sitting there on the edge of the bed, just watching this all go down. She actually has like this this nice like little vest, like a vest shirt on, and of course the pants and boots, and it's just kind of sitting there watching. The little bird is perched on her horn again, and they proceed to then, with Devlin and Kistera, proceed to then, piece by piece, remove Nomad's armor.
It come off.
It comes off.
Mm-hmm.
Misted is dumbstruck and staring hardcore.
Yep. And as they remove the armor, and like they are very deliberate and gentle in the way that they're doing all this as to not fuck anything up. You notice that much of his armor has like bits of like rust and like dirt and sand and scratches and
Yes.
wear and
You
tear.
would have noticed this before. His armor has always been mismatched. It's not one set of armor. But now that you see it, it's specifically a lot of this seems to have been salvaged.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's an old iron chest piece and like leather straps and like old stupid chunky iron boots.
But specifically, you see Verilish light up when they proceed to get to his back, as they remove the pearlescent blue armor off of his back, and you see Verilish just like borderline orgasm, just like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, and she's just like examining it and looking at it and like checking its quality and everything else, and just having herself a great time. To which she starts like trying to like immediately start scribbling notes, and like Devlin is also taking notes. Kistera is taking notes. Verilish is taking a fuck ton of notes. And aside from them is the elven individual named Esralig, who is taking notes but is seemingly more preoccupied with Nomad's internals. As the armor has been removed, minus the mask is still on. As the armor and whatnots are removed, it looks like metal, stone, and wood are twisted into what looks like cables and wires, forming into the rough structure of like a muscular structure. And in the center on his chest, there is how big did we say it was for the containment unit?
The containment unit is rough. It's like it's sort of like, I imagine, metal that is like connected around the torso piece that like connects to like a metal spine type structure in the
Mm-hmm.
back. But the containment unit itself is sort of like a 5-inch diameter sphere of just metal.
Yep, it is just metal ball.
It is old, rusty metal.
Mm-hmm. And as everyone's just kind of going about it, Sinfori herself then steps up and is looking very carefully at the mask on Nomad's face, and you see her reach up and gingerly seems to just click something on either side, and then just seems to then lift the mask off.
What?
Mm-hmm. The porcelain mask with the likeness of Aestr is removed.
Mm-hmm. And underneath
Nay.
is
It is just smooth, black, glass like substance. It's like where you would expect there to be a face or another mask. It's just this smooth, like gently sloping plane of what appears to be black, opaque glass. But
So,
there is a large crack going straight down the center.
so for description purposes, is it what you would imagine like an old school like computer screen to look like as far as the thickness and slight curvature of the glass?
Somewhat, except instead of being like a TV, it's like placed. It's like basically in the shape of a head, kind of.
Yeah, the oval that would completely cover where the face should be.
Yes, and then the back part is the blue pearlescent metal.
yep. So you now see Nomad without the armor and without the mask. And as Sinfori gently places the mask down next to Nomad, Devlin and Kistera very carefully begin to inspect the core or the core housing.
Mm-hmm.
And about how far away are you two, Misted and Tyrrell? Just like
Uh,
as it is defined there on the screen.
Here, hang on. No, Misted would not be clear the fuck over here. Misted would be at a respectful distance, not wanting to get in the way, but wanting to be close enough to see detail.
Okay. And Tyrrell?
About the same.
Come
Just
sit next to me, Tyrrell.
shimmy yourself over there.
Shibby shake.
Yeah, give it a minute. He's gonna log back in. Oh Jesus! Oh, now he's on top of the cat.
Ah, yes, yet again, Battle Cat.
That is the actual that is the actual term for a kind of Khajiit that exists in the Elder Scrolls universe.
A battle cat. Yep.
And not surprisingly, they are giant fucking Khajiit that other Khajiit ride into battle on. I'm not joking about this.
So, as the two of you are watching this, and Sinfori has now taken up location about right there, Devlin and Kistera actually managed to figure out how to very carefully, as it is very rusted and kind of beat to hell, open up this sphere in Nomad's chest. And as they do, you watch every single one of them just kind of just put their hands up and and like everyone just kind of looking at each other, and even Esralig just kind of just goes,
Yeah, they all stop what they're doing because they have just witnessed something that the likes of which does not exist anywhere else in this world.
and even Esralig, who is the magical lore master, is lost for words. He's just speechless.
Shall I describe what is inside?
Absolutely.
What appears to be the very centerpiece of Nomad's being is an object which is very difficult to describe. What it appears to be is a series of metallic rings. These ones absolutely pristine, by the way, untouched by time or rust. And it is a sphere of these rings constantly spinning at differing speeds and like wavelengths, almost seeming to fold in on each other in ways that shouldn't be possible. And every so often, you get a glimpse of what lies in the center. This
Oh.
but this bright light, this indigo light, with crackling tendrils of black lightning contained within. It is a freaky sight to be sure.
And that as these rings are spinning, they're spinning in like within each other, but never seem to touch, but are all spinning in like different directions. As long as they're all spinning like around this continuous, seemingly micro storm that just exudes this strange light. And as they're sitting there watching, you see Sinfori's eyes light up green. And she stares for a moment, and if you look across the room, Oris's eyes also light up white. And for a moment, everyone's just kind of silent, watching all this happen.
Oh, right. God damn it. Also, does anybody want to make a perception check?
Yes.
We forgot about the others.
Sure, it's gonna make one.
I was actually getting to that part.
Yeah.
But as everyone's kind of quiet, Esralig himself is like slowly like making notes. Like he's the only one actually moving among the rest of them. But that Tyrell and Misted,
Oh,
you
no. No,
Tyrell does
Tyrell,
not see shit.
Okay, what the fuck?
Tyrell, give me 1 second.
The literal difference. I was like, I swear to God, if I roll this again and it's low, I'm just gonna throw this app out. I swear to God.
That's what I'm saying.
That is literally, you roll the 1 and then a 20.
Yeah, it's just right. Yeah.
But
So, Tyrell would not notice, but Misted would.
I don't know if Misted has rolled yet.
I did.
Yes, she got a 19.
Did you?
Wait, I'm confused. Terrell, why is Terrell not saying shit? He got 23.
No, he didn't. The first roll was a 4.
His first roll was a
Yeah, the
4.
first
He
roll
rolled
was
a natural
4.
1.
Yes.
Yeah, I was messing around to see if it was gonna roll low again because like every single time I've used it, it's been low. This time around, it hits fucking natural 20.
But as this apparatus is opened, you all see Sinfori's eyes pan to the wall behind the two of you, and then can also kind of notice that Oris's gaze is fixed on that wall as well. And Sinfori just kind of, perhaps we close this now.
No.
And you see like Devlin and Kisteris are still kind of caught up, and they just like snap back to attention and just look at her. She goes, "Close it now." And Abel just carefully close it again. And Misty, as your eyes follow their gaze, you notice two pairs of eyes at the back of the room behind you.
Nope, 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 nope. And I bet they're not pink.
They are not.
One pair of eyes is glowing luminous white, and the other is a pair of very unfamiliar but blue-green eyes.
Nope, they're not pink. I don't want them.
And as soon as you kind of focus your attention on them, the figure with the glowing white eyes vanishes. Just fades away.
I'll fade you away.
The other figure, however, seems to remain, completely oblivious to the fact that she is now visible.
What? Ma'am, hello?
And what you
Does
all...
Misted say that?
No, it does not say that. Misted is too busy staring.
And Misted's eyes go down a little bit to actually have focus on this particular individual. She has golden orange hair that is flowing in locks. Her eyes are this deep green and blue.
Heterochromia.
Yeah.
Yes. Not like her eyes are both green and blue as like
Not a half and
what's-
half. It's a mix.
they're both different colors.
Yeah, they're both... one is blue, one is green.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And one seems familiar of like the deepest ocean's blue. And the other is the deepest green of the forest and meadows. And again, her hair is like golden orange and rather well kept and seemingly very light as it seems to just kind of float around her. And she has this really big goofy smile on her face and has what looks to be a dress that the only way to really describe the coloration is the color of a sunrise. And pattern on this are depictions of flowers and waves of the water seeming to reach up this dress. And no shoes, just bare feet, and her skin seems almost translucent, almost like the wind itself, but still tangible and present. And she's just sitting there, just smiling ear to ear. Just seems to be having herself a good time. Tiro, Misted, anyone?
But the why though?
She's just watching what's going on with Nomad.
I mean, you could make a check to see if you know who this is. Nomad is currently out of sorts.
Yeah, Nomad literally has the sensation of they just reached into my deepest parts. I need to like reorganize myself a little bit.
Which check would it even be?
For this would be a history or religion check.
Let's see. I got a +5 for religion, and I got a +3 for history, so that's a no-brainer. Welp, Misted is so confused by what's going on with Nomad that she can't even think.
Oh no, she can. That this is not entirely unusual of a being to witness out and about, but the fact that she's here at this particular time is a little bit off-putting, as you recognize that this is the Golden Lyre herself. This is the 13th crown, Nemunia, who would be the crown of creation.
You get 2 guesses as to who the other set of eyes belonged to.
Right? Tyrell
I don't want to know.
Tyrell's asshole over there is puckering.
Nope. I want no guesses. I don't want anything to do with it. Nope, 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 nope.
The crown of destruction.
Just went fucking hell, not today.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, in the same exact instance that y'all kind of like watched Orus's eyes go white, and then like the thing closed, she seemed to disappear from where she was on the bed and has now reappeared a little bit over here.
Hello, ma'am. Hello.
And just doesn't seem to respond. Yeah. Esserlig and Esserlig, Kistera, and Devlin all, finish up the notes, and Verilith is still just losing her fucking mind. Like, she is still, like, just writing all these notes out and whatnot. And everyone notices Nemunia in the room, and everyone's just kind of like, just don't acknowledge it. She thinks she's still invisible.
Don't tell her.
Mm-hmm.
She's nice.
And she just seems really happy.
Yes. So
But yeah, and Kistera then, just kind of like shakes off the fact that there's a fucking crown in the room with them watching them. Despite it being, Nemunia. And she just turns to Nomad and just, I can make you a new set of armor and patch up some of this work if you'd like.
Of course she wants to do that.
Yeah, Kistera.
Nomad would kind of look down at some of the more beat up armor pieces and at the incredibly old, beat up, rusty metal surrounding his core and would say, I would appreciate that.
Indeed. All right. And proceeds to then go about making notes of what all she needs to make for Nomad.
And taking your measurements.
Yep. Taking her measurements and the material, and asking him the material to decide on steel. And you see her then almost preemptively begins to then, just measure out the actual pieces and joints and whatnot. Devlin is making notes about like Nomad's interior structure and how everything moves and functions. Esrelig is making notes about the magical components and base and functions of Nomad. And all of them come to the conclusion that whatever Nomad is a form of automaton that has gone beyond the idea of sentience. That Nomad seems to actually have his own soul. That is his and his alone.
It's alive.
That Nomad is, in fact, a living being. And this
In
is
a
something
sense.
that is far beyond anything they could possibly do in this current time. And with this, Oris just kind of goes over to the back wall, and Pneumonia is standing about right there, and just kind of like gently drapes her arm onto Pneumonia, and just kind of gives her a look. Sweetie, you know you're visible, right? And she just looks up, looks over, looks at everybody who just kind of like, everyone just kind of side eyes her, and gets like this really pouty face. And you're just kind of, stomp a little bit and in little circles. It appears Pneumonia does not speak. And then produces what looks to be some kind of like lute. And plays a couple notes looking at Oris. And Oris is like, it's okay. You'll get it next time, alright?
But
Pneumonia just kind of gets that big smile on her face again and proceeds to then... I can't even exaggerate this. Hop and skip her way out the door. Before seeming to be taken into the wind.
Zoe.
But far less annoying.
Yes.
Okay, so it's Zoe more. Zoe.
So after a moment and the observations are made, Nomad sort of glances around at the gathered scholars and says, "So, my form. Do you have any idea what it may have been created for initially?"
You see, Devlin is just still kind of writing his notes. He goes, well, it looks like you had a hollow core, and it also looks like you had something that used to reside in here, so possibly as a shell or some kind of housing unit or some kind of energy source. And it's really hard to tell. We've never seen anything like you, but from the engineering standpoint and the construction standpoint and how all of your bits and baubles function, it looks like you originally were some kind of husk or shell meant to house a sentient force of some kind. I couldn't really tell you, but whatever you were meant to move. You were meant to function.
Nomad ponders this for a second and then seemingly comes to a realization and then says, "Then this form was created by another, and I merely happened to inhabit it by coincidence."
And Esralig, who is the elven man, just kind of looks at him. Nothing ever happens by accident. That much I've learned, unfortunately, many, many times.
Nomad pointedly looks at Tyrrell.
He's lying.
And they all just kind of follow Nomad's gaze to look at Tyrrell.
You just see me and just be like, no, shit happens by accident, trust me.
And then Esther, noticing Tyrrell is just. And as for you, I would like a conversation with you later.
Maybe. I've got some stuff to deal with first. Let's see how this goes.
But they conclude their business. And then you see Kistera just kind of finishing up her schematics and drawings. And she's, alright, I could probably have this done by tomorrow. And they begin to, piece by piece, reassemble Nomad's apparatus. Until Nomad is completely put together again, mask included.
Ah, all the king's horses and all the king's men managed to put Humpty Dumpty back together again this time.
They took notes. They remembered where the parts went.
Mm-hmm.
So they didn't misplace the 10mm bit.
The 10mm what?
The 10mm bit.
Yeah. But Nomad is put back together. And the other underkeepers then gather all their stuff. Verlish has shit tons of notes that she seems super excited to go over. And they all, one by one, depart.
Nomad would step down from the table and retrieve his garments and put them back on.
Okay. You put your robes back on. And Oris actually steps up and speaks up and here I thought I was going to see some metal butt cheeks. Man, it's disappointing.
Nomad kind of just like turns to look at Oris and is just like at a loss for words. Like he's in the process of about to put his hood back on, but she says that, and then he just like stops and like turns his head to look at her, and is just like staring blankly.
After that, Tyrrell would just give a little chuckle and say, cheeky.
And Aura's just sarcasm, Nomad, sarcasm. It's fine. I'm sure you have very nice metal butt cheeks.
Nomad takes a second, but slowly puts the hood back on and says, "Thank you."
And Sinfori just, as Sinfori's helping you kind of, redress, just looks at you and just, ignore her.
Is that allowed?
When I say so, yes, it is. And then you see the bird still perched on Oris's horn, just kind of, fluff up a little bit and then hop into her hair. The fire of her hair.
Well, Nomad would finish dressing himself, sort of just look around at himself to make sure everything is in place, and then turn to Sinfori and say, "Thank you. I'm glad that at least I know which questions now to ask."
Sinfori would bow and then offer the door as she begins to escort everyone out. And then just kind of turns and, Oris, time for you to go. Come on. And you hear just Oris just, ah.
Tyrrell would protest going out and insist that he needs to stay for a moment to talk to the two of them.
And you see Sinfora just kind of like read, like the green eyes start reading Tyrrell. It will have to wait for later. We do have our own important matters to tend to.
Tyrrell would just kind of look at her and ask, exactly what do those eyes see when they look?
Panic. Concern.
Yeah. That's fair. How long would this need to wait, as this is a more of a press? I don't know what to call it.
And you see her motion towards Oris. And, well, Oris here thankfully has the day off of her typical duties. She'll be more than happy to help you. And you see Oris just kind of, do we get to go drinking?
I've got booze with me if you help.
Let's go. And you see Oris literally just like shoot up and begin confidently walking up and puts an arm around Tyrrell and just starts like leading everyone out. So that she would boop. And I'm guessing that Nomad would also be joining them and leaving.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. And then you are all out there. And as the door shuts, Oris then just kind of, walks everyone back through the archive and back down the halls and out the front doors into the streets of Delviexnum. Which brings us all right there. And Oris then, kind of follows her eyes and passes them over, and you see her just kind of lean her head around the corner. Huh. Your friend's awake.
Who is she saying this to?
All of you. As she seems to, like, thumb gesture in the direction of where Mila's at.
It's going to give us a huff of recognition.
And then she, again, drapes her arm around Tyrrell, like, let's go drinking!
Ah, yes. I'm going to need a lot.
This is gonna make a funny face. I'm gonna go check on Mila.
All right. Nomad?
Nomad would kind of look at Misted and then at Tyrell and then sort of ask, I've already seen Mila and spoken to her. She is safe for now. Tyrell, would you like me to assist as well, or is this perhaps a private matter?
I think for now it's better if you go with them to check on Mila. This matter is private and of at least some concern at the moment. I will fill you in later once I have some answers myself.
Nomad would nod, and then turn to Misted and say, Let's go.
All right. So, for the time being, I'm going to ask you guys, do you want to continue this on for a little while longer? Or say to call it a night right there? As we still got to get through everything with Elbrig and Thomas and Mila. And also with Tyrell and with Auris. But also that this would be important stuff that Misted would need to know, but next week the wife won't be able to join us for sessions. So you guys just want to take a short 5-minute break and then keep going?
Sure.
I'm game.
All right, honey?
Yeah, I'm good. Let me just get some caffeine. That sounds good.
All right, Andrew?
Yep, I'm good.
Yes, baby.
All right. So we will take another short 5-minute break
And reconvene.
and reconvene.
Okie dokie.
eating Mediterranean food?
I think he
Euros,
means
pita
the
bread, chicken and
menu.
veggie kebabs.
Yeah,
Ah,
he's eating the menu again, and then he's going
indeed.
to die.
Indeed. He's gonna be dead for the next, like, 24 hours. It'll be fine.
I'll be fine.
How long did you disappear after that Chinese food fiasco?
For quite some time.
It was Japanese food.
That doesn't justify the fact you ate $40 worth of it.
Alright, Quinn, you good?
Yep.
Wonderful. Yeah, I just figured, that since we have so much time and so much to go over, that a 2.5, 3 hour session, kind of a short. We just need the wife to hurry up.
Yeah.
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 Alright, so as Tyrell and Oris start heading off somewhere, Tyrell, you notice that you are not actually heading in the direction of the tavern.
Okay.
But as for
Go along.
as the rest of you congregate over towards where Mila was put to rest and recuperate, you notice that Elbrig, Samson, and Mila are still there, along with another individual sitting in the water with Mila, who looks to be a rather decently dressed fella with a very large, wide-brimmed straw hat and this enormous grin.
Hello.jpg again.
Are you saying hello in character?
Yes, of course not with the .jpg.
Because he'd be very confused what a .jpg is. But as you all approach, being Nomad and Misted, and at this point I guess Pine Grove, what have you, you are all greeted rather warmly by this individual. Why, hello there. I am Captain Thomas. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Now,
Anybody else?
yes.
I was gonna say, does anybody else get the feeling that Tom Kench is just gonna jump up and lick the butts?
Well, that statement aside, you see Thomas is handling the black sphere currently, and then hands it back to Elbrig. Well, that is deeply concerning.
Nomad would approach and say, "Greetings. This object. Do you have any idea what it is?"
You see Thomas kind of lean back again and seem to like relax in the water. That's the part that's concerning. I've never seen anything like it. And I've been around for a very, very long time.
Nomad looks at Mila and then turns back and says, "I suppose it will not make you happier to learn that there are 2 more of these elsewhere."
What the fuck?
Excuse me?
That was Elbert in character turning and looking at fucking Nomad.
Buggy. But you see,
Nomad, explain yourself.
you see Mila kind of just shy away from this whole kind of interaction.
Mila says, too many people.
Nomad would explain, I have a certain ability that allows me to sense things that are meant to be hidden in this world. I don't know why I can do this, but I can. This object, it has a certain quality, one that I sense in 2 other locations in the world.
And with this, you see Captain Thomas just kind of look around, and his eyes kind of focus on Elbrig and Mila. Well, I would assume that since you took the time and used the power to summon me, that means you discovered something. Was this object what it was that was discovered?
But yeah, Mila, like I told you, Mila found it, and again, I go over what Mila told me, the whole underwater, the tower, fortress, whatever, and the creatures.
So this is what was causing the creatures to go crazy? And you see Mila just kind of shake her head. Something
Nomad would
else.
It's something else. Oh,
And she kind of
Nomad would Mila look at Nomad at this point?
and she looks at Nomad and just kind of nods her head and just kind of straightens herself up, and we talked more of it last night, and it seems that whatever was happening to the creatures of the deep, it wasn't the cause of this sphere, this object, but rather it seemed that these creatures that have been encountered, as Nomad says they were called slicks, seem to have attacked and taken over the creatures, and that they were drawn to this object. They seemed ferociously desperate to try and claim it, but it seems that they were unable to do so, as their eyes were not of their own. They grew black and distant. And that once I had claimed the stone, or the object, they chased after me, attacking me, trying to take it from me. And then I escaped to here, somehow. My magic seems to have taken me not where I was intending to go.
so we should probably leave this with the other hunters then, right?
And you see her kind of like think about it, and you see Thomas also kind of thinking on it. Well, if it were up to me, I'd leave it in the hands of a place not so open. Perhaps some place that we'd be able to keep moving.
So you want me to hold on to it, don't you?
I don't know if it'll be safe in my hands. And, though I am familiar with the defensive capabilities of this place, if these things, these slicks are able to consume and take over the creatures of the deep. My hopes for them being turned away at the door by the more common folk is a bit understandably questionable.
Yeah, that is understandable.
And if what you
And
say is true, Nomad, if there are indeed more of these objects, perhaps they too are being sought by these whatever they are. Might be best if you got your hands on them first.
Nomad would nod and turn to the rest of the and turn to Elbrig and say, "We don't know what this is, but it's possible that somebody here at the Archive does. We will be here a while yet. If we can find out more about it, perhaps it will help us to find the others. Or, the very least, if it is a well-known item, and there are indeed others as I suspect, then the resources are here to notify the other holders."
it wouldn't be a well-known object because Tom doesn't know about it. Of course, it's not a well-known object. And of course, we're going to do more research into it. I wasn't just going to hold and be like, all right, let's forget about it.
Can I just post something with no context?
You probably would anyways.
It's in memes.
Do it.
Okay. But,
I think what really gets me is that is a double quarter pounder from McDonald's.
Buggy, calm down, please. Sorry, the child is yelling loudly.
Understandable.
But, given Elbrig's, notion towards the fact that even Thomas is unaware of what this thing is, and even his statement provided that he has been around for, in fact, a very, very long time, Mila gets really inquisitive, like that really inquisitive look on her face, and then just the gears just kind of start turning and click. And you see her just, no, Elbrig is right. If even the crownless crown has no knowledge of this, it is not too far of a thought that this is not knowledge easily attained. To which Thomas just kind of gives her a very, very polite, slow nod, almost a bow. Well, my time here is just about up. Now, part of my contract is that I can take anywhere where they need to go. So is there anyone here needing to go somewhere?
I point at Mila immediately.
Yeah, Nomad looks at Mila.
As much as I want you to have around to teach me water magic, you kind of can't stay here. For
This
safety
may be your
reasons.
chance to return to your home and check in on others of your people who may be in danger.
You see her kind of nod. How about a deal? And she's kind of locked eyes with Thomas, and who kind of cocks an eyebrow. Why don't we journey together? See if we can't learn things that I can learn that you cannot. Perhaps find a way to slow or reverse whatever is happening in our home. You see Thomas just kind of get a bit of that wide grin again. Well, you know I do love myself some contracts. But a spoken deal where we're both benefiting? Well, I call that right up my alley. And you see him just produce the coin that Albrecht had flipped into the water. You upheld your end of the bargain. I don't see why this one shouldn't be on the house. And it flips the coin back to Albrecht. And after returning the gold coin to Albrecht, you see him just kind of hold a hand out to Mila. Only one way to go. And as she kind of looks to you all, nods, and again, speaking to Albrecht, she thanks him for his understanding. Takes Thomas's hand, and it looks like the water seems to grow and open up, almost like a set of jaws. And then just slowly envelops the two of them, and they're pulled underneath the water and disappear. The pool, as you all look into it, now appears empty. Anything else for you two? I did not quite catch that.
Yeah, I was like, was that my end, or...
One
No.
more time with feeling, Quinn.
Oh no. That was the sound of the Goodyear blimp.
I'm sorry, I got a phone call. Talking to somebody.
Oh, you're good.
Oh, okay.
All right. But
In that case, why don't we shelve this for now and move on to the other half?
because Misted is also there among you all during this whole thing, and Misted would then remember what day it is.
What day is today? It's a really exciting day. I'm sorry, but I have somebody I have to go find. And Miss Misted is going to yeet her way to the entrance of. Really, kid? Boy, just yelled a whole slice of pizza.
Mm-hmm. You
Oh,
said the magic
goodness.
word.
I did. Anyway, Misted is going to go yeet her way towards the entrance of to Delvixnum. Yes, baby.
Nomad will sort of watch her just speed away and then turn to Elbrick and say, "Come, let's return to the archive. Perhaps we can find somebody to assist us with this
And as
issue."
you all would go your separate ways and depart and possibly follow Misted or return to the archive. Tyrrell! During the span of this conversation that was going on with the rest of the group there, Oris seems to be leading you in a certain direction, and you pass by tavern after tavern, inn, even a sign that mentions that this is where the brewmaster resides, and just keeps walking. And she seems to go to the outskirts of what would be the residential of the town, or of the city, and you go towards this, what looks to be a mountain path. And she's just making small talk and idle conversation.
Returning it and just eventually gonna ask her, so where exactly are we headed?
And you see her just kind of look around. And the eyes go white again. We're heading to your destination, of course. And she continues walking.
Jiro was just gonna question that. Yeah, what do you mean, my destination? I didn't say I had to go anywhere.
And she still kind of has like an arm around your shoulders and is now kind of like leading you. And the bird is still perched atop her head on her horn. Just chilling.
You just kind of see me take glances between the bird and her, the bird and her, the bird and her.
And without even looking at you, she goes, "His name's Ember."
Hey. What is he?
You see her just kind of reach up and like snatch him real quick with her other hand. And just holds him up in her palm. Well, he's a kind of phoenix. Firebird. Whatever.
Yeah, fair enough.
Apparently he belonged to my grandmother.
Oh?
Yeah. Well, at least a part of him did. My mother put a little bit more into him, and I put a little myself into him. He's...
So like a lineage bird.
Yeah. I
This
suppose
bird's
you could
got
say.
a pedigree.
He's also my form of transportation whenever I get tired.
You're what now?
Or need to go long distances.
I'm sorry, the little palm top bird is a form of transportation?
Yeah. And you see her then place him back onto one of her horns. And he just hop, hop, hop. Hop, hop, hop. Shimmy, 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 shimmy. And then just, he does the thing. Like the sitting, plumping thing. He does the thing.
All I can think of right now is fucking Black Clover with the bird.
Basically.
It's like, okay.
But a bit more of walking.
Mm-hmm.
And you are now clear outside of what would be called Delviixnum, as you are going through the mountain pass into the Amethyst Edge.
I see.
And along this beaten trail, you see that there are old, long since extinguished candles. The remnants of what may have once been like flowers or plants. Small piles of like silver and gold. And just here and there along this path.
Yeah.
And as she continues leading you on to to wherever it is you guys are going, you see her just kind of get a little bit more quiet. I read your letter, the one that came from Cadmus, from Uncle.
Yeah.
Says you were attacked by something, or possibly someone. Now, I
Yes.
know the old fool is getting on in age far beyond what should be possible. And though I've never doubted his mind, perhaps it might be time he's actually losing it. So I'm going
What
with you.
makes you-
And as she,
What exactly did he say in that letter?
the eyes look over at you again with the glowing white. Told me what we needed to know. But confirmation is why I'm here.
I see. Well, that'll at least answer one of the two things I will need now, as this was not the original intended purpose for my visit.
And you see her just kind of look at you. Something happened this morning, didn't it?
You have no idea.
Oh, I do. And again, those eyes are just staring at you.
What exactly do these eyes see?
Hers allows her to glean knowledge that otherwise would be unavailable to the mortal mind or the common eye. It helps her think of the correct thing to do. My eyes allow me to see all things that are hidden. Nothing is beyond my sight. I can see it. It sucks, but I can see it.
I definitely see where there's a downside, but I also definitely see the upside.
Imagine, if you would, every creature that resides in a different plane or world, parallel to our own, you can never stop seeing them. No one else knows they're there. They don't interact with us. You can't interact with them. But they're always there. Always.
Hmm.
So,
Sounds almost like a gift and a curse in one.
and also you can't help but notice things that are trying to remain hidden, lies that people tell to themselves and others, any kind
Hmm.
of magic meant to hide true appearance or nature, everything becomes much uglier. Everything becomes a bit less fantastic.
Hmm.
And also being able to watch the departed leave the world and being able to do nothing about it.
Hmm. I see. Surely is a gift and a curse. More so a curse, I guess, depending, but
And as this conversation is going on, you approach what looks to be a rather ornately structured opening into a cave.
alrighty then. I guess this is the entrance.
You see her just keep walking. Welcome to the Tomb of Heroes. Resting place of the Nine Shades -1.
-1.
Cadmus is still alive, isn't he?
Fair.
And you see her pass through the threshold.
I follow suit.
And as soon as you step in, she reminds you. Alright, 3 rules. Don't touch anything, don't take anything, don't break anything. If you do, I'm not gonna stop it and you'll probably die.
Yeah, I'm not too eager yet. I've got a few errands that need to run at this point.
And as you descend down and the light from outside is becoming dimmer, you notice her just kind of focus a little more, and the flame that adorns her body seems to get a bit brighter and her whole body starts to glow, seeming to light the way.
Like a self-sufficient torch.
Well, when you're imbued with the soul of fire, it has its uses.
Mm.
And she,
There's irony somewhere in this. You
she,
seem to be infused with fire, and I seem to have frostbite.
and she just kind of doesn't even chuckle. She seems a bit more on edge.
Yeah, I'm right there with her.
And she continues walking down this path where you see piles of, like, in these little alcoves, you see piles of, like, gems and gold and silver and copper, like, whatever kind of form of value of just an object you can imagine. It's just piles of it. You see, letters, notes, papers, seemingly written ages past. You see jewelry and heirlooms left about, old blades and shields, the helm of an old set of armor, like just here and there, passing through. And as you get to the end of this slightly sloped tunnel, you see another threshold in front of you. This one has a rather heavy-looking solid stone door, and as she walks up, she stops in front of it and just kind of seems to ready herself almost, like she's taking a breath. And then just puts both her hands on these huge stone doors and just shoves them open. And you can hear the stone grinding as these doors open. And as soon as she finishes opening it, she steps into the room, and it is a huge space. It, like, you can't, like, even with her light, you cannot see the outer walls. But she steps into what appears to be possibly the center of this large circular-ish room, and then just takes Ember off of her head, and then just flicks him towards a wall, and you follow the light of this little bird as he seems to touch torch after torch after torch, lighting up the whole room in a circle, before eventually it returns and he perches back on top of her head. You are now in a room with what looks to be 9 stone tombs. Caskets, almost. And on top of the first of these stone tombs, you see on the first of these tombs is a rather longer and one of the largest of all these stone casket tombs. And there appears to be what looks like a gnarled old wand, almost like a stick, along with what appears to be some kind of, like, scaled armament, maybe like a cloth to be worn across the chest or something. And next to that, there appears to be a staff on a tomb next to it, which is a bit smaller than the other one. And again, draped across this is another strangely looking, like almost like a tabard, almost, or like vestments, and this staff resting on top of it. Next to that, there is what looks to be a book placed on top of what looks to be red and black cloth. Next to that is a much smaller looking casket or tomb that has looks to be an old set of armor that is rather well beaten and very old, and this huge axe that seems to be with the, honestly, it looks like a bone attached to the end of this axe, and then just a hewn stone for the axe head. Next to that are two other tombs that seem to be joined together. With on top of one of them appears to be a bow that is in pristine condition. Like even now in the dust and the dark, it seems to just be untouched by time and the ravages of it. And next to that, on the adjacent or adjoining tomb, there appears to be another holy raiment or tabard with what looks to be the mark of the Oath Keepers on top of it, and a mace that still seems to glow faintly with some kind of divine light. Next to them is another tomb that is completely opened and unoccupied. Beside that one is one last tomb that seems to have it looks to be a staff, but it is gnarled, twisted, and broken. And it seems to be just laid to rest on top of this stone lid. And there, at the center of all of them, is a humongous stone tomb where the lid is completely shattered, cracked, and broken open, and nothing seems to be inside.
Important thing to note here. Which direction does it look like the lid was shattered from?
Well, that would take an investigation check.
You know what you must do.
I shall investigator. Well, I'll fucking do this
Natural
thing.
fucking 20. Okay. As you kind of step up and look inside, this tomb appears to be about 10 foot tall. And it's about 2.5, 3 feet wide. It is a humongous casket or tomb. And from the way that the stone has been shattered and thrown off, this impact seems to have come from inside. And there's also what looks to be the markings of metal having been carved through at certain points.
Hmm.
And having seen this, Oris's face has completely paled. More so in disbelief, with a touch of absolute anger. And then she quickly seems to just like grab a hold of you, like by your left arm. She grabs you and starts leading you up towards the back of this room, where there seems to be another, like, kind of a stone wall of sorts. And she plucks Ember off of her head again and just kind of flicks him at the wall. Surprisingly, he doesn't splat. But he does seem to go up to it and just seems to like tap at the center. And you see it just kind of begin to open and crackle away. And Ember returns and she places him back on top of her head and steps forward and just seems to push through the wall. And as she does so, she grabs a hold of you and pulls you through with her, and you are all now entered into this other room. Seems to be an attachment or an addition onto this, and it continues further on. And she very quickly starts walking towards the end of this hallway. And
I keep paper.
begins to burn brighter. You can't tell if it's so she can see or so that you can see, but it's getting a bit bright right now. Like it's a bit bright.
Mm-hmm.
And then as you reach the end of this hallway, it opens up into this smaller domed room, complete with what looks to be maybe 15 or 20 suits of what looks to be like armor. And there appear to be some kind of remains inside of them that look humanoid. But each one seems to be standing at attention, like holding blade and holding blade and hammer ready, just at attention. And all are focused on the center of this room, which, with her burningly bright light, you notice that there is a singular blade sheathed, placed into the center of the room, dug into the stone, with several threads of wire leading from it to the ground, and what look to be charms and tags and various other things keeping this weapon in place. And that's behind it on the other side is another smaller blade that seems to be bound in some kind of chain, it almost looks like, and is affixed to the wall behind the entrance, or on the other side away from the entrance, and just seems to be chained to this wall with similar charms and tags.
At this point, I just kind of turn to her and ask, "What is this?"
Hope.
I'm assuming this means that
Yes.
he didn't find one of his blades.
He didn't find two of them.
The small one counts as one of his 15.
When fully formed with the others, yes. It's number 15. And you see her then promptly grab a hold of you, and we need to leave now.
On our way out, there's one more thing I want to check near the sarcophaguses.
Okay.
Sarcophagi?
Sarcophagi.
And when she pulls us back to that room, I'm just gonna ask her, which one of these would belong to Vorez?
You see her just kind of stop. Voris.
Yes, Vorez.
Noldori. And she points to the last one on the right. Which, if you're looking into the room from the hallway, it's the last one that is on the right. The 8th tomb, going from left to right.
Okay, I would
with
go
the
and inspect.
twisted and snapped staff.
Okay, I would go and kind of look at it. Does it seem disturbed or anything?
Seems to have never been touched.
I'm just looking over it and just kind of mumble to myself, that's odd. But
You see her kind of stop and, what is?
I'll just kind of turn to her and tell her that, well, knowing your eyes, there's no point in this. Trying to hide, but I don't know how, nor why, or if, but on the same night that I was attacked by what we were afraid of, I had also been transported to the mind of someone named Voris. Now, at first, I had no knowledge of the name. didn't really know it. But I had also come to read one of the journals kept by the Nine Shades, where it specifically mentions that name. I don't know if it's connected. All I know is that I met them to some capacity.
You see her nod, and at this point, you see that the air of like confidence is beginning to drain away from her.
Mm.
And she just kind of looks at the shattered, broken tomb. And just kind of goes quiet. It's gotta be a trick. And she begins to walk out.
I follow with her and just kind of tell her, I would have thought that myself had it not tried to take my arm off. But at least knowing now that he's not at full strength leaves some hope.
And as you're walking up this pathway now, you are now able to see that as you were leaving, on the side of the walls facing you as you're leaving, you see row after row after row after row of those same individuals, the suited, the beings that were in these suits of armor, standing guard at every single alcove. And they do not seem as though they are affixed to the wall. They actually seem to be standing guard.
Now I see why you're not supposed to touch anything.
And you see her then just continuously power walk out.
I follow suit, keeping pace.
And as you breach through the threshold, the mark on your hand appears and then dissipates. And as you breach back into the open air and the daylight, you see her just kind of like going like small circles, pacing, before kind of walking into or against one of the rocks, and then just kind of sinking down and pulling her knees to her chest.
I just kind of sit down beside her, pull out my pack, and offer her a bottle and just say, drinks are always nice.
Which bottle are you offering?
The amethyst one.
Amethyst ale.
I'll hold up both and just tell her which one they are. Just be like, pick your point.
She takes the amethyst ale, uncorks it, and just begins to drink a bit, and then hands it over.
I take a drink from it, mainly because I want to try it.
It's really good.
Hell yeah.
It has that slight taste of like natural spring water, like that refreshing kind of sensation, but also still has like this, just that consistency that ale brings. Like it's a pretty nice blend. It's not watered down, but it's refreshing and consistent. It's not bad.
With that, yeah. With that, I'd just kind of stand up and look at her and tell her, as fear-inducing as this revelation can be, I don't think it's bad yet. He was able to be stopped that night. Granted, it took Cadmus calling upon Arknaus, essentially, but, he managed.
The words seem to be coming from your mouth, but don't seem to be reaching her. As she still is just sitting there, like knees pulled up to her chest. And just kind of like face buried.
I just kind of walk a little closer to her and tell her, you know, I kind of had an inkling that he was out before even coming here. As the ever so humorous 14th Crown visited me prior to that. Oh, technically prior, after, same time, different day, you know. He showed me kind of what Elu looks like. And I don't think this will mean much to you, but he called him lost. And I don't know the meaning of it. All I know is it's connected to quite a few things.
She doesn't seem to respond.
Mm-hmm.
But as you're kind of talking and looking at her, she's got her knees to her chest and arms crossed and face buried. You can see the familiar shaking. And listening carefully, you can hear it.
Mm-hmm.
Hero underestimates a few things here.
Hey guys, just breaking real quick. I gotta skedaddle. There's something happening in my car, so I gotta leave.
All right.
So,
All right.
You're good.
sorry.
You're good.
Should I mention this at all?
Not right now.
Okay.
But as you are watching, you do understand that she is sobbing.
Mm-hmm.
And that Ember sitting up on her head just seems to kind of be hopping about, and then like hops down her shoulder, down her arm, and is like gently just trying to like get her attention.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see Ember just kind of like start squeaking very hurriedly, and then seems to fly off and like latch onto your horn.
I
And
just kind of
is
look up,
making this
like,
effort to like try and like pull your head back, like
I
off to the side.
kind of allowed to like turn my head, I guess.
And it just keeps trying to like fly. It seems to be trying to pull you in a direction, which is looks to be a little bit further closer towards the door, or
I
back towards the
allow the
doorway.
bird. I allow the bird to lead me, I guess.
And about as you get about 5 or 6 feet away from her, the bird seems to stop and then just perch, and it just kind of like is looking at her.
I look at her as well.
As you kind of watch, the sobbing seems to get a little bit stronger, but also seems to be changing. As you notice that the hands that were crossed clench into fists.
Mm-hmm.
And you witness something that kind of eludes your comprehension. As you watch flames seem to just begin to dance around her, seeming to form like threads and tendrils, streaks of fire that seem to just surround her. And the shorter flame that is on her head, which again resembles just really fiery hair, begins to grow longer. And more pronounced as it stands up. And that shaking returns. You feel the ground underneath your feet begin to shake and just move.
I kind of look back up at the bird again.
And the bird just kind of like clenches its talons down and like hunkers down.
Oh boy. I just kind of watched cautiously for the next couple seconds.
Find a large boulder and go behind it.
Yeah.
And
If there's cover there, we'll seek some.
you'll find some cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little outcropping of rock.
Hmm.
And you see her then just stand up, and the flame just seems to resonate off of her before it turns into this burning pillar of fire that erupts upward from her, followed by, or accompanied by, just seeming her just yelling at the top of her lungs, just furiously just letting it out. And this pillar of flame just reaches straight up into the sky. It's about 10 feet wide and goes up for maybe 80, 90 feet. And it's just this torrent of flame. After a few moments of her just seemingly just unleashing this fire, it kind of dies down. And again, the tears are still staining the sides of her face, but her hair has now gotten much longer and then falls. Now it used to be about the length of the bottom of her ear. Now it's clear down to her, like the middle of her back.
Hmm.
And then Ember seems to just kind of like relax and then flutter over and lands on top of her horn again.
I assume that means it's
It's
safe.
relatively safe. But yeah, she's deeply in tears right now.
Hmm.
And through the tears, she explains that it's not fair to try and visit your grandfather only to find that someone has taken him.
Mhm.
That she wants him back.
I just kind of looked to her and tell her that. Yeah, I agree. It's all very interesting, for a lack of a better term, these past few weeks. But I think there's definitely still a chance to get him back. As long as he doesn't return to full power.
And you see her just kind of wipe the tears away. I can't fight him, but I know they're gonna make me.
Well, when the time comes, I don't think you'll have to fight him alone.
And she begins to walk back towards Delviixnum.
No walk with her.
Yeah. And as you both continue to walk down towards Delviixnum, you notice that the white of her eyes are gone. That they now return to red.
Alright. And of course, I'm just gonna kind of look at her and tell her that as much as this day is already not fun, that was still only one issue I have.
And you see her just kind of stop. We know about Mordecai.
You know it's her name?
And you see her just nod.
Well, I guess at least someone knows to some capacity, because I'm still trying to figure it all out.
Well, it's hard to ignore her when she's, knocking on the doors of, well, our room.
Are you telling me she's there?
She was.
Oh boy. So I'm guessing she introduced herself, not that you actually know who she is.
I know of her. And again, this is why you two are walking.
Mm-hmm.
And I told her where to go. So she has returned to Abcassis. As it seems that even from her age, Abcassis was around. Although
What was she seeking?
according to her, this world seems far more different than the one she remembers.
Yeah, I tried to stop her, but something tells me trying to stop a death god is not exactly my brightest move.
See her chuckle. Death God? No. She's not even in that Einker. She's an ancient Archnean.
Oh?
Same line that I am. Just hers is pure blood. Long ago, there was a rumor or a story or whatever the fuck you're gonna call it, where basically Arknaus decided to get freaky with one of his creations and led to several offspring, and then a few more, and then a few more with another one, and another one, until eventually it was caught on to and a stop was put to it. These were the lines of the actual Arknean people, the true Arkneans, pure blood.
I see. So that explains the immense amount of power she holds. And that those rumors were more than likely true.
Her power comes and goes. It's more circumstantial. Now, power like my bloodline, well, it seems to just grow with every new generation. Until apparently, it gets to me and you can't fucking control it. I blame my grandmother.
Yeah.
In a few more minutes of walking,
So I'd just kind of ask her on the way then, still walking, what was she looking for?
I don't think she was looking for anything. I think she just wanted to go home.
Fair enough. Can't blame her. Although I still gotta kind of figure out how I pulled her from the stone.
Well, for what we understand, and you see her kind of like really look around again. What we understand, what you're carrying is called a guidance stone or a waystone. You didn't pull her from the stone. Nothing exists inside that stone. What you
What do
have
you...
there is a key that opens up a gate. And on the other side of that gate is where they are. Or were. Are, were, whatever. Although, from the details of what she said has been happening, it opened, you appeared there over and over to her in the span of a few hours, if not days. Although, from the records of your journey, I would say you've been at that for more than a month or so. But according to her, they were sent through using that stone very long time ago. And that stone was never used again to bring them back. So no, I don't know how you pulled her back. I don't know how she got here. I don't understand it either. You're weird. We're all weird. Well, not all of us. A lot of us. Some of us. Enough of us.
I feel like that was almost a compliment, but now I somehow got insulted.
You get used to it.
Yeah, you get used to a lot of things, especially being blue.
That reminds me. Actually, you know what?
Yeah.
Better if I don't know.
What?
You see her just kind of stop and look at you. It's weird that no one else points out that you're blue. But I guess we've all seen weirder shit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe people assume like I did at first. You see a lot of tieflings, sometimes different colors. Why not blue, you know?
And it's by this time that you both return back to the sounds of Delviixnum.
Hmm.
And as you are proceeding to walk closer and forward and further, you both kind of hear this sound. And it sounds like music.
I just kind of turned to her. Were we having a festival or something?
She goes stops and, no, not today. In
Is there
4 or 5 days, yeah.
okay? Is there normally music playing?
Not this early. And you all notice that the music is getting louder. Misted!
Hello, it's me.
You also hear this music.
I hear music.
And you hear that it is accompanied by laughter, giggling.
I'm doing a zoomies. Take me to the music. 'Cause laughter means happy kiddos.
And as you kind of are zooming around in circles and you look over and you see Tyrell and Oris have returned.
Nobody.
And as they are walking up, Nomad, you would also kind of like see Misted going to these circles.
Go get your cup. Go get your cup.
Is she butt scooching?
No, she is not in fact on the ground butt scooching.
She's got the zoom zooms because she hears the happy, and the happy can only mean one thing.
I just turned to
Yes.
the king
The
again.
music that you're hearing. Hush now, hide
Nope,
all you
nope,
little...
nope, 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 no. Anyways,
I
I just
take
turned to the
Tyrell.
king
I take
again.
aware of the nowhere kick.
Anyway.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Tyrell, what was that?
I said I just turned to the king again and go, is this the usual thing in the morning?
No, not really. And as you both kind of are approaching, you see Misty like hopping around in circles.
Now, is that usual?
That's a little bit more common.
At least
Weird,
when I
but a bit more common.
Nomad sees Tyrell approaching and nods.
Zero turns the nod.
And
They're here.
as
They're
you
here.
as you all kind of walk over towards Misted, giving safe distance from the whipping tail and enormous, tabaxi running in circles, you all hear the distinct sound of hooves against stone.
Allow me.
We
Where'd you
can't hear
find the
it.
coconuts?
God damn it.
But no, as you all watch,
Nobody.
coming and cresting over the hill towards the first gated section of the wall of Delviixnum, you see a horse, followed by a cart, well, a wagon. And sitting at the drive of this wagon is a rather old man. Like, pretty fucking old. This dude looks to probably be in his mid-80s. But he seems to be just driving this horse and wagon, and you hear the sounds of giggling and laughter coming from the back of the wagon, along with the sounds of this music. And as it approaches towards the gates, you can see Misty just can't keep it in.
Cannot, must, zoom.
And she's doing the zoomies.
And Misted is jetting towards the cart.
Mm-hmm.
Or, as they say in the Elder Scrolls universe, we must scoom.
Indeed, I have the zoomas.
But as she rushes towards it, you see Auris just kind of, oh, that explains a lot. That would be Valdry. Can the toddler please go sit down?
Misted has the zoomies and is zooming up to the cart to greet Father.
Yep. She refers to him as Father, but that's Auris refers to him as Valdry. And as the cart is pulled up to a stop by the old man's, kind of ragged movements, he then, pulls the cart to a halt, and riding in the back, suddenly outflood about 6 small children.
Oh
Misted
God,
has all of the hugs.
spreading.
There are 6 small children that all hop out and begin to, dance and play and whatnot, followed by a more familiar face of recent. A younger girl with golden orange hair, blue and green eyes, strumming on what looks to be a lyre, and is having a wonderful time playing her music and dancing with these children.
I could not be more happy. Absolute perfection.
There's only one of these children that does not seem to be dancing around or what have you, but instead seems to be on a direct mission to go straight towards Misted.
And Misted is going to Scoopy Whoopy this child and do the happy little wiggle circles. And is going to try to.
Can I make a request?
What is the request?
I would like us to de-authenticize and permanently uncanonize the term Scooby Whoopy.
I hate you. It's mine. Okay, buddy, go ahead.
Sometimes you just gotta Scoopy the Whoopy.
It's the only way, Pitch. It's the only way, buddy. Please
Well,
put mommy
shank you.
through. You can try.
Instead of being a Scoopy Whoopy Floopy.
However, I will in fact scoop the child, excitedly exclaim, Tika, but of course I'm facing her.
Mm-hmm. And then
And
she
we're going to do,
signs, a letter M.
and I'm going to give her a hug and a nuzzles and spin her around in circles.
And the child that she seems to have claimed upon this exchange looks to be a younger, what can only be possibly a half-elven girl,
Nobody.
probably
Yeah.
by her racial standards, probably early teens, probably like between like 9 to 13 somewhere.
Still older than Nomad.
Mm-hmm.
And Misfit is going to very happily carry her small child back to the group.
Nomad is a child person.
But
Yes, you are, no.
as Misted begins to walk away, she hears Valdry. Not even gonna help me down?
Whoop! Sorry, father. And shifts Tika to one arm and comes back over and helps him off the cart.
Okay. And he stands. Well, he stands hunched. But he seems to be probably somewhere around like 5'6", 5'7", and is walking with what looks to be a rather long stick. But
You
he's
would
got
part an old man from his walking stick, would you?
but he's got a big old bald spot on top of his head, with just the remnants of the backsplash. And a big old honking pair of glasses on him. And you see him just start motioning the children, come on, come on. And as they, follow along with the dancing music playing girl, you see Valdry just kind of, smile and nod to her. Thank you, Pneumonia. It was a rather pleasant trip, thanks to you. And you see Pneumonia just begin to, strum a few notes, and then gives a little bow to the kids, and then strums another note, and then just seems to vanish off into the wind, with the sounds of music still playing. And as everyone has reached this point where everyone is now together in the middle here, is that where you guys would like to call it a time?
I hate you. I won't be here for the next session, and I've got my teacup.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but I'm planning a fun itinerary.
Boy.
All right.
You know what you must do? You must fight the Walmart.
I must fight the Walmart, however.
I mean, or we can go for even further longer.
No,
For
because it's almost.
All right. So that is where we will pick up next Friday then.